Behind him, the black and white 1M, that's Mike Brown from Kenai, Alaska. Rolling over in through turn number 2, 66, Brett McGuy. Seven 0 is Axel Oudman. 24, Tyler Anderson. And 14B is Bailey Jean over rolling down the back straightaway. McGuy in the 66 over there in turn number 3. Looking some issues there getting his car fired off. So we'll wait to go green on this first hot lap session for 410 sprint cars until he fires or heads back to the pit area. Rolling down the back straightaway in the number 26 car, that is Eric Fisher. Eric Fisher in car number 26 tonight. Looks like McGuy's going to get the car fired, so we'll see if he is able to complete this whole hot lap session here. As it looks like that's everybody expected for 410 Sprint Car Hot Lap Session number 1. First laps here in this session are complete. Fastest so far, the 96 of Greg Hamilton, lap time of 12:06.99. So far, the only car in the 12-second bracket, so it sounds like we're going to give these cars a few more laps, just rolling the surface there to get some moisture work back into the surface of the track here. For reference, our 410 sprint car track record is a 10.586 set back in 2019 by David Gravel with the World of Outlaws. So still quite a ways off of that, just for reference for you as far as these lap times go for these first set of sprint cars. Much better lap times we're seeing there after those few laps of rolling in the surface. Fastest car on the track in that session, the 14B of Bailey Jean, 11:8:49, her fastest lap. Greg Otis second with an 11:9:35. Tyler Anderson third, Mike Brown fourth, and Eric Fisher, your fifth quickest car.
Cars outside of the top 6 in owners' points tonight are going to be qualifying this evening. Your top 6 are locked into a scramble, so you won't see them until a little bit later on in the program. Right now, those drivers who will be time trialing, coming up, getting some practice laps in. Remind you guys, Skagit Aggregates is in the house tonight. They've got a booth here right in the walkway at the south entrance. Skagit Aggregates has a $2,500 giveaway to sign up for. Our class sponsor of the Skagit Aggregates Modified, so the $2,500 giveaway to sign up for. That's outside at the main gate when you walk in here at Skagit Speedway.
.410 scramble cars making their way to the track, rolling through turn number 2, the 21 of Jesse Schlottfelt. Behind him, the 18 of Jason Solwald. Rolling down into turn number 1, the 21P, that's Robbie Price. Behind him, 95 is Colton Heath. 19, Colby Thornhill. Trey Starks rolling through turns 1 and 2 there. Starks, your current points leader in the 410s, so he will start on the pole. Solwald outside of him, Robbie Price line up in the points order as they're scored. Fastest car now in 410 hot laps, the 21P of Robbie Price. 11:230 his lap time. Jason Solwald second, Colton Heath third, Trey Starks fourth, Colby Thornhill fifth. Bailey Jean still there in sixth. Greg Otis, Tyler Anderson, Mike Brown, Eric Fisher round out your top 10. And it looks like, Caleb, we're going right into 410 qualifying, I believe, here.
Correct. Cars beyond the top 6 in owners' points will time in to set the lineup from 7 on back coming up here at Skagit Speedway. So again, these are cars outside the top 6 in owners' points. Our owners' points leader, Trey Starks in the 55. The driver points leader in the 410 is Jason Solwald. Starks had to take a week or two off over the course of the summer. Had Dominic Selzy fill in for him, but the owner's points is what gets the big check at the end of the year, and that's what Trey is after. As far as driver points go, Jason Solwald tonight is in the lead. I believe it's insurmountable as far as I counted. And when Jason takes the title, he'll become just the 3rd driver in the 70-year history of Skagit Speedway to have drivers' championships in all 3 of our wing sprint car division, as he is a former Sportsman and 360 track champion. This would be his first as a driver. 10 sprint cars. Big night on tap potentially for Solwald. Big fiscal night possibly on tap for Starks, who is also in control of the 360 points. We'll get a little bit. believe most of our point battles are decided coming into the evening. So 4:10s coming up. Again, track record is down in the 10.5s. As we've been in a really long time at 11.2, but we'll see how it ends up shaking out.
Yeah, the track, it's got a lot more moisture in it than what we've seen throughout most of the year. We have 5 classes here tonight, so it'll be interesting to see how it all wears out and what we can rip off here for some laps in qualifying.
First up, the wing down driving experience, number 26, out of Burlington, Washington. The driver's Eric Fisher. Eric Fisher in the 26. Eric on the clock. Lap at 11.641, 11641 for Eric. Lap 2 comes across faster at 11.598, 11598 sets quick time for Fisher in the 26.
Next out on the track in car number 96 in the Grinders Automotive and Marine. Number 96, it's Greg Hamilton. Hamilton running double duty tonight, both a 360 and a 410. Lap time for Hamilton will go quick time, 11.482, 11482 for Hamilton on lap number 1. Goes to the top. We'll see what he can get out of lap number 2. Not as good, 11.647, so we'll stick with his lap number 1 time.
2 cars in, a few more to go. Understand Axel Loudman is scratched for the night already. As we get a look at the Otis Concrete, number 9, out of Cedro Lilly, finishing up his rookie year. This is Greg Otis. Greg Otis in car number 9. Lap 1, 11.863, 11863. Otis, lap 2, gets around and he's quicker at 11.725, 11725 for Otis.
In the Highline Aviation Alaska West Air Champs Equipment Rental Triple X number 1M, this is Mike Brown. Mike Brown from Kenai, Alaska, in car 1M. First lap for Mike is 11.740, 11740. That's good for 4th quick. Brown, the only driver, I believe, running triple duty tonight in the 410, 360, and Sportsman classes. So you'll see him in every sprint car race tonight. Second lap is better. He'll go 3rd quick, 11.601 for Mike Brown.
Out next, it's the Jim Bass Trucking Art by Nature 14B of Bailey Jean. Bailey Jean out of Granite Falls originally. First time on the hammer, 11.840, 11840. It was 4 years ago on championship night. She got a 360 win, passing Jason Solwald late to pick that up. Second lap around, 11.831, 11831 for Bailey Jean.
Next car out on the track is the number 24 Anderson Racing Enterprises. Driver is Tyler Anderson. Tyler Anderson in car 24. First lap for Tyler, 11.861, 11861. First lap time by. Looking for some more here on lap 2. He will do better, 11.706. 4th quick now for the 24 of Tyler Anderson. And we saw Magai with issues in hot laps. I don't think he's going to make it out for qualifying.
All right, so that'll do it. Quickest qualifier is going to be Greg Hamilton. That earns him the 7th place starting spot in tonight's A main event at 11.482. Fisher will start 8th in the main tonight. Brown 9, Anderson 10, Otis 11, and Bailey Jean 12. We know that Alman is a scratch, and then Magai would get the 13th starting position if they can make the fix on the 66 car prior to tonight here at Skagit Speedway. 5 classes on the docket tonight. A busy night here at Skagit Speedway. 360 Sportsman sprints, Skagit aggregate, IMCA modifieds, and Hornets all coming up. As we should have hot laps. More divisions will hot lap and then time in 4 of our 5 classes qualifying here tonight. The only ones that are not are the modifieds, who line up by points average coming into the night from their last 3 events.
I don't know if I've ever seen cars pitted in the parking lot,
That was different.
but there are a ton of cars here tonight between all 5 classes. I'll get the official number, but it's crazy to see cars in the parking lot. I've never,
was
like,
very, very
pitting out of the
different.
parking lot. Very, very odd, yes.
Well, Justin, we got a lot of people to thank here on season championship night. It's been a fantastic season here at the track. Oh, by the way, my name's Caleb Hart. Justin Youngquist joining me all night up here in the booth. Big thank you to him for hanging out with us as he continues to recoup. Want to remind fans that always remember, if you need a new car, do what's smart and come on into CarMart. They are the provider of our CarMart USA Jeep Gladiator pace truck that you'll see leading the field out and around. CarMart USA, longtime proud sponsor of Skagit Speedway, and recognizing all these incredible race teams out here putting on the show tonight. The entire team of our Skagit Speedway owners and staff. CarMart USA in the CarMart Auto World. Exit 229 just off I-5 in Burlington.
87 cars, by the way.
A lot of race cars parked all the way out into the parking lot tonight here at Skagit Speedway. Fireworks to come at the end of our night tonight. So stay tuned for that. We're going to try something a little bit different musically tonight, so that should be an adventure.
Oh, boy.
It's not going to be hardcore rock and roll like usual. We're going to have some variety on the fireworks
All right,
tunes.
okay.
So it's the 21st night of September. You know we got to get funky, right?
I would expect nothing less.
That's how
than
we're
for
going to
that
do it.
happen. Excellent.
Big thank you to Kokusa Motel as well. They're still owned by the same family as it was when it was built back in 1962. Huge supporter of Skagit Speedway. They've done a ton of renovation here in the last 6 years as they've refurbished the 63-room hotel. They welcome race fans, racetrack friendly, mention Skagit Speedway, and take advantage of their huge discounts. That is Kokusa, right off of I-5 heading north in Burlington on the right side of the freeway. Left side if you're heading south. Get a little too tired tonight, don't feel like making the drive home, they will happily take you and give you a clean, quiet, comfortable room to stay in. And of course, Central Welding Supply, their mission of excellent service hasn't changed for a family business, locally owned and operated since 1975. It's local ownership, larger inventory, and an expert staff that makes the difference at 27 locations, one in downtown Burlington to help serve you. Find the one nearest you, though, at centralwelding.com. More sprint cars to the track. 360 sprint car time for their hot laps.
First car out for 360 hot laps in the 33 car from Mount Vernon, Washington. That is Bill Rood. Bill Rood in car number 33. Joining him on the track, the 91. That is Chase Getz from Snohomish. From Langley, BC in car number 77, making his way down the front straightaway, that is Levi Klatt. Levi Klatt in car number 77. Behind him, one of 3 Levis in the class tonight, is Levi Kuntz from Carnation, Washington in car 29K. You just saw a car that looked identical to it, but this is his 360 in car number 19. This is Colby Thornhill. Colby Thornhill in car 19. And Jason Sowald rolling down the front straightaway in car number 18. Looks like that'll be it for our first session of 360 hot laps. Lights out on the track, we'll let them go. Fastest car on the track after the first session is Colby Thornhill in car 1911 862. His fastest lap. Chase Getz second, 11.997. Levi Klatt 12.102. Bill Rude fourth, 12.198. And Levi Kuntz fifth, 12.263. Solwald sixth, 12.372. His quickest lap.
We will have 6 cars locked in once again based on owner points. 18 of them coming out to qualify tonight. Gunning for positions 7 through 24. As you get a look, the orange top wing 10 is Peyton Drake. Peyton Drake driving the 10 car tonight for Lemley Family Racing. In car number 51, that is Dallas Melby. Melby in the 51. Car number 24, feature winner at Grays Harbor Raceway. That is Jordy Meese out of Graham, Washington. In the 95, it's Dan Reynolds out of Lewiston, Idaho. '66, Tanner Holm out of Monroe. And following him, in the 26 out of Burlington, Washington, feature winner on the year, the Rudine Racing car is Levi Hillier.
To the top of the board goes the 51 of Dallas Melby. So far, your quickest car, 11.855 was the lap for Dallas. Thornhill still second, Getz still third. Levi Hillier jumped into the fourth spot, 12.008 for him. And Holm, Tanner Holm now is fifth quick, a 12.059 for him. Looks like probably at least one more hot lap session for our 360 sprint cars before we go into qualifying time trials for them.
We have 360 sprint cars parked all the way up into the parking lot tonight as drivers, if you got here after 3 o'clock, the pits were full, so you had to go pit amongst the people. Side note, if you want an interesting experiment, go walk the parking lot and take a look and see where everybody ended up putting their race car over the course of tonight. This is one of our scramble cars making his way onto the track. It's Jesse Schlattfeld in car number 21. We saw scramble car Levi Hillier out there earlier. Also on the track, Ashley Johnson from Ferndale in the 0. 1M, Alaska Mike Brown from Kenai. That is the 33 of Colton Heath. Heath third in points for the drivers. Scramble car tonight. And the 10C of Colin Mackey as well out of Bellingham, putting the final touches on his rookie season. 21P of Robbie Price, he's sixth in driver points. Car has got a new owner, as it is now a Rick Favre-owned car. Robbie has drawn driving duties for Rick for the rest of the year.
quickest car rolling down the front straightaway, the 21 of Jesse Schlottfelt. Now your quickest car. Melby still in second. Thornhill third. We've got Robbie Price now up to the fourth spot. Chase Getz still sitting there in fifth. As it looks like we've got another round of 360 sprint cars going to come out for their hot lap session here shortly.
At least one more group, Justin, as 18 of our 24 have gotten out to the racetrack. So we'll get the final group of them onto the racetrack. If you're in the market for a new or used trailer, motor coach, or golf cart, look no further than Elliott's Custom Trailer and Carts, one of the nation's premier outlets located right in the heart of north central Indiana, with the intent to give competitors the transporter they need to get to and from the event safely and dependably. Elliott's knowledgeable and dedicated staff will put you on track, showing you the latest in Featherlight, Intech, United, ATC, Illumitech, Hallmark, as well as the Magix X Series and Easy Go. Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts, online at elliott'scustomtrailers.com. Elliott's with 2 L's and 2 T's, elliott'scustomtrailers.com.
Next set of cars out on the track, Tim Martin in car number 51 rolling down the front straightaway. 96, Greg Hamilton. We just saw him out there in his 410 sprint car. 15 is Jeff Dunlap. Jeff Dunlap making the trip up from Renton tonight to join us. Destry Miller in car number 5D. Cam Smith, car 17, and Trey Starks in the 55. We'll let these guys loose on their hot lap session. Fastest car in that session was the 55 of Trey Starks, your points leader. Still fastest car overall, though, was the 21 of Schlottfelt. Melby third, Thornhill fourth, and Robbie Price fifth. As I believe that's going to wrap up our 360 hot laps. We'll go into qualifying here. Again, qualifying does not include the top 6 in points. Those cars are locked into tonight's scramble. So we'll be seeing 7th on back, and how they qualify is how they're going to line up in tonight's A feature.
We understand we're going to start all of them in the A main event as well, so no B main tonight. It'll be a full 24-car field in the 360s. For extra money tonight as well, purse enhanced on the evening, I believe. They're running for $3,000 to win tonight in the 360 class. So you won't see Starks, Schlottfelt, Heath, Cam Smith, Levi Hillier, and Robbie Price. They're locked into a scramble coming up later. Time trials will be for positions 7 through 24 as they get ready to roll off and qualify here in just a couple of seconds. We'll take a second to thank Cape Row Auto, Stanwood's hometown auto repair shop, serving our community, Stanwood, Camino Island, since 1999, as the first car hits the track, and it is the former track champion.
Car number 91 from Snohomish is not going to get the green flag yet. Yellow is back out. So what they should have him do here is get on the gas when he gets to that exit where they come out of the pit area just by the Les Schwab tires sign. And there he'll go from Snohomish. Car number 91 is Chase Getz. Chase Getz in car number 91. As Caleb said, a former track champion in the 360 sprint cars here at Skagit Speedway. First lap for Chase. He'll stop the clock at an 11:9:33. 11:933 sets the mark for our 360 sprint cars. Second lap time 12:036, so he'll take his first lap time at an 11:933. Next car out on the track, the Gravity Coffee Missile Motorsports number 19. This is Colby Thornhill. Colby Thornhill in car number 19. He'll go quick time, 11:857 for Colby, 11:857. Second lap time not quite as good, 11:880 for Colby Thornhill. Still quick time. As we see Levi Klatt from Langley, BC in car number 77. The Chilliwack Ford race car Triple X number 77. First lap time for Levi. It'll be a 12:117, 12:117 for Klatt on lap number 1. So far his third quick goes slightly better, still third quick, 12:055 will be the official time for Levi Klatt. Next car on the track, the RPM Performance Carmart Superstore Scotty's Plumbing. This is the 18 of Jason Sowald. Sowald's first lap time, he'll go third quick, 11:965, 11:965 for Jason on lap 1. Gonna try something we haven't seen yet. He'll roll the bottom in 3 and 4. Does not go quicker, 12:043. He'll stay third quick so far in 360 qualifying. Next car on the track, the 29K from Carnation, Washington. This is Levi Kuntz. Levi Kuntz in 29K. First lap for him is a 12:345, 12:345 for Kuntz. Right through the middle of the groove there, see if it's faster, slightly better, 12:263, as Kuntz will stay fifth quick. The Northwest Auto Body, car number 33 from Mount Vernon. This is Bill Rude. Bill Rude, sponsored by Skagit Roofing and Sign Pro. First lap for Bill, he'll go fifth quick, a 12:246, 12:246 for Bill. Second lap time, he'll stop it at a 12:059, so a better lap for him there. Still is going to be fifth quick on the field. The next car out in the Wing Down Driving Experience, Speedmart Race Routine Foundation Hertz Performance Products, number 66, it's Tanner Holm. Tanner Holm from Monroe. He'll go fourth quick, a 12:008, 12:008 for Tanner. Hard to stick the car to the bottom of the track there in qualifying, as his second lap, a 12:055, Holm will stay fourth quick. Next car on the track, in the Taylor On-Site Factory Cane number 24, this is Jordy Meese. Jordy Meese in car 24. First lap time for Jordy is seventh quick. It's a 12:177. Second lap time for Jordy, a 12:154, so he'll stay seventh quick so far after 8 cars. Next car onto the track, in the Triple X Race Co. Alaska West Air L&J Enterprises Triple X car, this is Mike Brown. Mike Brown from Kenai, Alaska in the 1M. First lap for Mike will be 9th quick. It's a 12:370, 12:370 for Mike. Lap number 2 is better. He'll go 8th quick, a 12:156, 12:156 for Brown. Next car on the track in the number 10 Lindley Family Racing Deming Speedway car, this is Peyton Drake. Peyton Drake in car number 10. First lap time for Peyton is a 12.400, 1:24.00. That's good for 10th quick so far. Peyton going to try to roll the bottom. Tricky to get there, though. His second lap will stay 10th quick at 12.457 on lap number 2. Next car we'll see on the track in the 95R from Lewiston, Idaho. This is Dan Reynolds. Dan Reynolds in 95R. Dan will be scored 11th quick after his first lap, 12.675, 1:26.75. Needs to be quicker than a 12.400 to be 10th quick. We'll see if he can do it. 12.620, his second lap. So better, but still 11th quick for Reynolds. Next car on the track, he was fast in hot laps. The 51 Starks Racing, Melby Performance. This is Dallas Melby. Dallas Melby in car number 51. First lap for Dallas, 12th quick, 11.989, 1:19.89 for Dallas. And his second lap, he'll go second quick, 11.888, 1:18.88 for Dallas Melby. Now second quick out of our 13 cars that have qualified. Next car on the track in the 10C. This is Colin Mackey. Colin Mackey from Bellingham. Lap number 1 for Mackey. 12.306, 1:23.06 for Mackey. Good for 11th quick. Come around for lap number 2. He'll stay 11th quick. Second lap time is a 12.524, so he'll keep the 12.306 for his official time. Next car out on the track is Ashley Johnson from Cedar Woolley, Washington. Nordic Temperature Control, Chad Fisher Construction sponsored car. Red Dog Plumbing also on there. 13th quick so far for Ashley at 12.565, 1:25.65 for Ashley. Second lap will be a 12.645. First lap is better, as she's currently 13th quick. Next car out on the track in the Bulldog Trailers number 5D, this is Destry Miller. Destry Miller, a regular at Grace Harbor Raceway from Olympia. First lap for Destry will be 12th quick. That's a 12.352, 1:23.52. Second lap time is going to go 10th quick for Destry, 12.200, 1:22.00 for Miller. Next car on the track, the Stedman Powder Coating Shark Racing Engines, Grinders Automotive. This is Greg Hamilton. Greg will go 11th quick on lap number 1, 12.240, 1:22.40 on lap number 1. Good for 11th quick so far. Second lap will be better. He'll go to 4th quick, 11.957, 1:19.57. Good for 4th quick so far for Greg Hamilton. In the 15, from Renton, Washington, this is Jeff Dunlap. Jeff Dunlap in car number 15. First lap for Jeff is good for 14th quick. It's a 12.321, 1:2.321 for Jeff. Second lap time, he'll stop the clock. Goes better, 12th quick, 12.240, 1:2.240. Next car on the track in car number 51, it's Tim Martin. First lap time for Tim. It is not Tim Martin, it's Kira Zylstra. Kira Zylstra in car number 51, my apologies for that. Kira's lap time is at 12.422. She is 16th quick on the field tonight. So quick time in qualifying for 360 sprint cars, the 19 of Colby Thornhill, an 11.857 for car number 19. Second quick was the 51 of Dallas Melby, 11.888. Third quick, the 91 of Chase Getz, 11.933. Greg Hamilton fourth, 11.957. And Jason Sowald fifth quick at 11.965. Rounding out the top 10 was Tanner Holm, Levi Klatt, Bill Rude, Jordy Meese, and Mike Brown.
The parade of qualifying continues. Hot laps and then qualifying coming up next for Sportsman sprint cars. And it'll be Sportsman sprint cars outside of the top 6 in owners' points tonight. So tonight you will see Kai Dixon, Alden Ostrom, Jaden Whitney, Brody Ferguson, Jessen Jacobson, and Levi Hillier hanging out the scramble. And then after that, 17 cars will qualify to plunk themselves in starting positions 7 through 23 in tonight's Sportsman Sprint Car A main event. '24 at Skagit Speedway. Sportsman sprint cars rolling onto the track. All 3 wing sprint car classes, 1 card for you tonight. Pretty cool. These cars are similar to our 360 cubic inch sprint cars. They just have air restrictions in the motor that slows them down a little ways. Brian Holmqvist is the first car on the raceway, the SPP Racing number 90 rolling into turn number 1. Following him down the front straightaway, that's your points leader, the Built Performance 20K of Kai Dixon. The Baxter's excavating about plumbing 35 of Alden Ostrom. Ostrom in 35. And behind him, the Great Western Transport number 88 of Jaden Whitney. Whitney in the 88. The After Hours Collision number 51 is Dustin Gehring. And the 3B is Brody Ferguson out of British Columbia. Those are the first group. We'll let them loose for hot laps here in just a couple of seconds. And again, of them, you've got your points leader, second, third, and fourth in points, all out for their hot laps. We'll see those drivers in the scramble. After the first 6, Kai Dixon's the quickest so far at 12:3.79. Ferguson 2, Ostrom 3, Whitney 4, Holmqvist 5, and Gehring in the 6th spot. Dustin Gehring, recent feature winner, is first of his career down at the Grays Harbor Raceway. Congratulations to him. $50-50 raffle ticket sales coming up through the Jim Raper grandstands as we speak. You're up here in the Jim Raper stands. Get your $50-50 raffle ticket now as we get a look at car number 30 of Ryan Kettenberg. Kettenberg making his way all the way from Spokane to join us in the black with white 30. Car number 4, the Johnson Girls Racing Machine of Allison Johnson. Allison Johnson in the 4 car. Following her, triple duty boy. Going to be busy. Mike Brown, Alaska Mike in the 1M, the Alaska West Air sponsored machine. There's Tanner Merritt, SPP Racing, purple number 36. And behind him is teammate, kind of the captain of the crew. That is the Spiro Skin Spa, number 87 of Jeff Pearson. 66, Brett McGuy, double duty tonight. The Sons and Duds Laundry car as we are green flag on Sportsman Sprint Session number 2. No small correction to this lineup tonight. The 66 car is being driven by Macy Logston. Logston, 600 driver up at Deming Speedway, cutting her first laps in a Sportsman Sprint tonight. That's why you see the pink ribbon off the back of it. So best of luck to Logston in her sprint car debut tonight here at Skagit Speedway. Young lady's got a lot of talent. Pearson slowing to a stop in the back straightaway in the 87 car. Ferguson is now second quick. Kai Dixon still 1. Ostrom still 3. Mike Brown is 4. Jaden Whitney is 5. Holmqvist, Merritt, Logston, Gehring, and Pearson in that order. Logsdon with her rookie ribbon on gets 2 hot lap sessions tonight, so she'll stay out there. Remind you guys, Action RV, your family-owned and operated RV repair facility offering mobile service to your location or service at the shop. Come meet the friendly folks at Action RV. Also, Northwest Propane, known for longevity. They've been providing excellent propane services for over 77 years. Family-owned and operated for more than 4 generations. When you're looking for personalized quality propane services from a company you can trust, turn to Northwest Propane. Visit them online at nwpropane.net. On the racetrack, from just up the road, Washington, the veteran who is allegedly not going to race again next year. So I guess tonight is the re-retirement party for Rapid Roy Blumenhagen in the 76 car. Nice to have a cameo appearance from Roy here over the last few weeks. Maybe I can talk his wife into letting him race next year again. We'll see. And his brother-in-law. So Roy Blumenhagen in the 76. It is the 21. Adam Monroe. Kira Zylstra grabs double duty tonight. Clan Graham sponsored car. Following Kira, that is the 9. The Rocket, Ronnie Cox, former Clay Cup champion at Deming Speedway. Macy Logsdon, 66, her second session. 22, new college student, 5th in points, Jesse Jacobson. Jacobson in the 22. And the 23, the multiple-time track champion. The backwoods saw shop car of Steve Parker. Dale Brook also makes his way onto the track. And the 4B out of Pemberton, British Columbia, Precision Race Engine sponsored car. Session is complete. It is still Dixon 1, Ferguson 2. Jacobson is now 3rd. Ostrom 4 and Zylstra 5. With a few more cars to come out. Well, since we've got 5 season championships being decided tonight, we're going to add a 6th one in because at intermission, it will be the Run Good Life car race. For that season championship, it'll be up on the big screen. And when you get a chance to see that, make sure you check out Run Good Life on YouTube, youtube.com, Run Good Life, sponsor of our car race. Welcome to Skagit Speedway. Zan Miller in the 23X. She was the limited sprint champion at Grays Harbor Raceway. Welcome, Zan, making her Skagit Speedway debut. It's the boss's kid in the 11AU out of Clovis, California, Brian Murphy. Brian Murphy in the white with black number 11AU. Behind Brian, Tony Bundy flying the rookie ribbon again. Bundy in the 57 from Balta, North Dakota. On track behind Bundy. Get a look at the 00, a rookie as well. That's Levi Hillier. Levi Hillier in the 00. Right down the road in Burlington, Washington, the Race Redeem wing down driving experience car. And in car number 1 tonight, Brent McGuy drives the ride in the wing down driving experience 1 car. If I understand correctly, that's the other car in the field with the 305 engine in it as they experiment with it and learn about it. So the 1 of McGuy and the 11AU of Murphy have got the 305s in tonight for competition against the limited sprint motors. And taking a look at it, it is still Dixon, Ferguson, Hillier, Jacobson, and Ostrom making up the top 5 for hot laps. Now, your top 6 are already in the scramble, so we will qualify for positions 7 through 23. 17 cars will come out and time in now to figure out where they're going to place within this top group. More than just a rental store, Birch Equipment has the largest selection of equipment in the Northwest. Bigger equipment, longer reach, local, bigger, better. Visit birchequipment.com for more information. Also, Race Redeem Foundation. They collaborate with community organizations to bridge the gaps in the system of care when addressing addiction. Race Redeem Foundation, trying to move the silos in the system to encourage a more comprehensive approach when addressing the disease of addiction. You can learn more at raceredeem.org. Race is spelled R-A-Y-C-E, Rudine.org, raceredeem.org. Car out the hole. The Clan Graham D&G backhoe 21Z of Kira Zylstra. Zylstra, time in. Again, fast qualifier will start 7th in our A main tonight. There is, as of last check, no B feature for the Sportsman sprint, so it's going to be a big main for them. She'll kick us off at 12.726, 12726. Track records in 11.883. And second time around, 12.591. 12.591 for Zylstra. Clocking in next, the Backwoods Saw Shop, number 23, the former track champion, Steve Parker. Parker, first time by, 12.686, 12.686. And lap number 2 for Parker is faster, but not enough to eclipse Zylstra. 12.682, 12.682. The after hours collision, Terraza Auto Detail, number 51, Dustin Gehring out of Oak Harbor. Picked up his first career feature win at Grace Harbor Raceway just a short time ago as Gehring goes 13.201 on the opening lap. 13.201. The front dragging on the apron coming off the corner as Gehring slower on the second lap. 13.270. Dustin currently third. The Johnson Girls Racing, number 4. The driver is Allison Johnson. First lap for Allison. Not reading on my transponder loop here. Chad Fisher Construction on the center of the top wing. Second time around, Johnson once again. No dice on the transponder, so we'll get it checked out and find out what the heck is wrong. SPP Racing 36, Tanner Merritt. Merritt in the 36 car. right off the corner in the Merit Builder sponsored machine for 13,471. And second lap around for Merritt, 13,636. So the opening lap time of 13,471 will stand. Here comes teammate car to that. Merit Builder sponsors the 90 of Brian Holmqvist as well. Spiro Skin Salon and Spa. Holmqvist, third quick, 12,834. He's third quick so far.
Ryan ran the bottom really well, which went good for him, but the track's drying out so much. But he's able to run the bottom, and that's where I think it's going to be here later.
And Holmqvist's second lap time is better at 12,741. 1-2-7-4-1. Well, we've had drivers do double duty before, but triple duty going to be something else for Alaska Mike Brown. In the 1M, Alaska West Air helps fund the operation, and he's third quick right off the bat at 12,687, flying down from Kenai to race 3 times with us. And lap 2 comes across at 12,687, 12.687. Coming out next, you've got the 76 of Roy Blumenhagen. Blumenhagen in the button showing racing car. As Roy goes 6th quick, 13,209. Those of you who go to Button Showing Racing, you can actually help sponsor that car, buttonshowingracing.com. Get your name on the car for not a whole heck of a lot of money. As Roy's second lap is better at 13,196, 13.196. Third of 4 cars on the SPP Racing team, the Rocket. Ronnie Cox is next out. Terror of the go-kart world in the Pacific Northwest, Cox. First time by at 13,244. Indoor season is coming up, and when 9 unloads, 9 is fast. Second time by, 5th quickest at 13,178, 13.178 for Ronnie Cox. Qualifying next and making her Skagit Speedway debut, running Brett McGuy's 66, is Macy Logston. Macy Logston had a great 600 season up at Deming Speedway. 13,203 on her opening lap. Showing speed and good car control here early.
I talked to her last week at Deming, and she was so excited for this. Been looking forward to it for weeks.
Well, she's 6th quick out of 9 so far at 13.1. Make it 5th quick at 13.147. 13.147 for Macy Logston. Impressive debut here so far at Skagit Speedway. Stars of the Future race on Friday night. Our friends up at Deming Speedway, whose season concluded last Sunday. Big thank you to them, our working with Deming and cooperation between the 2 tracks. Stronger and better than ever as we hope to continue that moving forward over the years. Coming out next, car number 10 30 out of Spokane. This is Ryan Kettenberg. Kettenberg, FlyFab, Race Redeem Foundation sponsorship, as his first time by 13.812, 13.812. Tiptoeing around the bottom of the racetrack, easy on the throttle, easy off of it. Kettenberg's second lap is better at 13.568, 13.568. We have 7 more cars to come out and get laps. I think it's 6 more cars. Jeff Pearson missed his spot, and Ashley Johnson will have to come back out with her transponder hopefully attached. It is Ashley tonight, not Allison, according to the official draw-in, so my apologies on that. It'll be Ashley in the car. As we take a look at the 4 C's construction, Routine Racing 11AU, Brian Murphy out of Clovis, California. Murph, 305. 305 underneath the hood of that. And unfortunately, Murphy forgot his transponder as well. So the penalty for that is 1 lap at the end. Just one singular lap.
Really not ideal, especially with the track going away, losing grip as much as it is. It hurts. That stings.
Tony Bundy's going to come out, listing his hometown as Balta, North Dakota. Bundy on the clock. Can confirm his transponder works. 13.756 on his opening lap. And second time by for Tony is a 13.686. Out next from Pemberton, British Columbia, one of the long haul guys, as it's like 6.5 hours up to his home and another 6.5 back. Cale Brook, 5th quick on lap number 1 at 13.015, 13.015. And Cale, second lap, he'll sit in 5th. Better lap time too at 12.983, 12.983. Up next to qualify, Grays Harbor Raceway track champion making her Skagit Speedway debut is Zan Miller. Zan out of Olympia in the 23X. First time around, 5th quick at 12.975. 1.2975. Little twitchy coming off a 2. Can she back it up on the second lap? Go even faster? No, 13.614. It's the last of our scheduled cars to time in. Then it'll be drivers who forgot transponders and or missed their spots. And this should be the second of our 305s pushing here. I say should be. And they prove me correct. So Brett McGuy driving into the Wing Down Driving Experience Racer Dean Foundation #1 car. A couple of drivers given the pilot program of the 305 engines to figure out how to balance them and make them competitive with the limited sprint motors. 7th for McGuy on the opening lap at 13.112. And slower on lap 2 at 13.271. So 0.6 off the quickest lap so far here in time trials. As Ashley Johnson rolls back to the race flag, she will get 1 time around. Ashley gets a lap of 9th quick at 13.170. 13.170 for Ashley Johnson. One lap for Brian Murphy on the clock. And Murphy, he will get that lap in, and it's a good one. 12.706 for Murph. 1.2706 with the 305. So just a couple of tenths off your quick time. It is Zylstra, Parker, Brown, Murphy, and Holmqvist 1 through 5 tonight at Skagit Speedway for qualifications in the Sportsman sprints. And the 11 AU shuts her down on the front straightaway. We will get a little assistance to help him out. And back to the back. Crowded pit area tonight, so they're giving drivers a little bit of leniency and a little extra direction as to getting clear and getting in their spots and back to their trailers. As 88 race cars tonight is what I saw.
87.
87. Beautiful car count.
I saw there with with Brian Murphy's car, there was a little puff of smoke through 1 and 2 on his cooldown lap. So obviously hoping nothing's wrong, but definitely will be interesting to see what's going on under the hood of that car.
So we've got 3 more pieces of business coming out. Hornet hot laps / group qualifying, and then the modified hot laps. Again, modified A-main lineup has been set by point average over the last 3 events coming in. So the top 12 in points for the modifieds. Let's go find our sheet here. Will all be locked in. 1 through 6 are going to scramble tonight. So our top 6 mods will scramble. We'll deal with that in a second because we've got the Hornets out first. Drivers outside the top 6 are gunning for qualifying positions 7 on back. Howard Voss, the 03, is one of those qualifiers, as is the 360 of Dave Hill. The 40 of Robert Hayes. The 52 of Jeff Woolsey. Tazio Andreasen in the 39. Dan O'Keefe in the 4 truck. And the V8 of Steve Peters are all qualifying cars. And none of them are in the top 6. So we split the group of qualifiers in 2. Right now it's Woolsey with the quickest time at 18:158. And this is official qualifying laps, so they can set a track record. The track record's 18:108, and that is a new track record. Jeff Woolsey at 18:039 has broken the previously established track record owned by Steve Peters. Still sitting at 18:039. Peters second, Andreasen third. And Peters reclaims the track record at 18:025. So Steve Peters said, not so fast, my friend. I want my track record back, and he got it on the last pass at 18:025. Nice lap for Steve in the battle wagon. Now, will that hold through qualifying session number 2? Track record lasted all of about a month and a half. As here comes our next group. That is the 4 of Cameron Laverne. Laverne is driving the 4 truck. Braxton Hausman is the 10K. Leanne King is the 66. Ian Buck is the 16D. Mike Guffey of the 007. He's got a legit shot at breaking this track record. So King, Hausman, Laverne, Buck, and Guffey. William Zotnick's 33 is supposed to be out there. We are green in the quest for a new track record. Guffey already at an 18:039. So wind them up. let him loose, and there it is. New track record, first into the 17s. Mike Guffey, 17.629, breaks the old track record by 4/10. Wow. Even faster, 17.109. Guffey breaks the old track record by a second. So there is the new track record holder, the 007 of Mike Guffey at 17.109. So it's a new track record in Hornet time trials tonight. Broke that track record multiple times tonight. And Guffey gets it by a full second. Wow. So congrats to the 007. Picked up his first feature win here just a few weeks back and continues to be fast. We will see your top group coming out now. Here are the scramble cars for their laps. Now, these are not officially qualifications, so if any of these drivers time in lower than what the other guys did, this is not a qualifying session. Therefore, it is on a track record for them. Brian Michelson is your points leader in the 22X. Wyatt Covert in the 17. Colin Sims in the 15. Subaru. Scott Henry in the 22. Raven Skagit in the 71. And David Dykstra in the 25 truck. Well, we got to look at the times for those drivers in the scramble. Brian Michelson would have broken the track record, but he was not as fast as Guffey. He went 17.570. Skagit at 18.123 as well. So Mike Guffey is your track record holder. Well, here come the Skagit Aggregates IMCA Modifieds. Again, top 6 will scramble. Take a look at Adam Holtrip, the 71, with the cool Scott Bloomquist tribute down the side of the car. Adams fifth in points tonight. The Helping Hands Food Bank representative car. The cool Bloomquist tribute down the side. That's 51 to Brandon Nutter. Nutter will start outside of your scramble cars in the Louis Nutter Trucking Cascade Pizza sponsored rig. It is the 6K Rick Smith, 6W of Rick Smith, who is third in points coming into tonight. The Willow Motorsports car, former track champion. Behind him, that's Big Al, Alan Grimley in the 75. He will be outside the scramble. Inside the scramble is the 28 of Austin Smith. Actually, he is outside of it, my bad. So Smith in the 28 outside the scramble. Kevin Smith in the 7 was the 6th and final car to get inside the scramble, the K&M Platinum Fireworks car. James Bundy was 4th in points coming into tonight. Had to scramble to find an engine, but he did in the Bullet Racing 57. So the Bandito, Cadillac James Bundy, will be in our scramble this evening in car 57. Bundy, Holtrop, Grimley, Nutter, Smith, and Smith. Ready. First 7 cars on the track for the Skagit Aggregates IMCA Modifieds. And again, Rick Smith, James Bundy, Adam Holtrop, and Kevin Smith will all be scramble cars for tonight. They'll start 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, respectively. James Bundy, fastest the cars so far at 14.928. Rick Smith, Adam Holtrop, Brandon Nutter, Kevin Smith, Austin Smith, and Alan Grimley, 1 through 7. With more cars to come, I believe we were at 13 entries. So more Skagit Aggregates IMC Modifieds to roll to the racetrack here in a second. Here come more cars out of the pit area for the mods. Next weekend, it is our Modified Spectacular, the Survive the 55, Friday night. The same Modifieds and the Focus Midgets will be joined on Saturday by the Survive the 55 main event and the 360 Sprint cars. Taking a look, your points leader, Jeff Westergaard, is the driver leading the train out of turn number 2. Westergaard, the winningest driver and your points leader in the 66. Behind him, it's Greg Hipma, the 68D out of the Gunderson Racing stable. Corey Gordon is the black and neon colored 21. Ben Momstad is in the Button Shown Racing 10B. And the 68 is Ben Gunderson, who is second in points out of Cedar Woolley coming into tonight. Look out, Steve Peters in the Battle Wagon, the V8 nearly loops it. Gathered it back together, and we will stay green on hot laps. And after a couple of laps, we are finito. Push being requested in the first corner down on the apron. As modifieds will exit. And that should do it. Opening ceremonies coming up at 7 o'clock. So you've got a minute or two to stand up and stretch your legs, pick up some grub from the concession stands, or check out the end of the year deals up at our souvenir stand. If you haven't picked up your Skagit Speedway swag this year, or maybe you wanted to gift somebody some Skagit Speedway apparel for Christmas or the holidays that are, coming up in just like 3 months or so, do a little shopping early, head on over to the souvenir stand or even the driver's souvenir stand. It'll be your last night to pick up some of their apparel. Driver's souvenir stand, 100% of those proceeds go back to the drivers that are over there. And of course, Skagit Speedway souvenir stand right next to it. They got some pretty dope looking hoodies. Now, last year, end of the year, I loaded up on some Skagit Speedway beanies because my head gets very cold because I'm follically challenged. If you too are follically challenged, like myself or others, not to throw Kirby Hoyle under the bus, but Kirby, who's not listening at the moment, but I just like to throw him under the bus when I can. Pick up some Skagit Speedway headwear, beanies, hats, and more, all available. Could be your very last night to get them here at Skagit Speedway if you're not going to join us for the Survive the 55, which we really hope you do. It's a Friday and Saturday night show next weekend. Modifieds and Skagit Aggregate Modifieds and Northwest Focus Midgets on Friday night. Skagit Aggregate Modifieds for their 55-lap, $10,000 to win main event on Saturday with some of the best of the West Coast coming to join us, and 360 sprint cars on the card as well. That is Friday and Saturday night. Well, if you need something for a little visual entertainment for you for a couple of seconds, Cole at the control has queued up our 360 highlight reel for the night, and he will hit the go button right now. Here's what we looked at the last time we saw 360s.
Laps on deck for the 360 sprint cars. We've got Trey Starks in car 55 and Colton Heath outside in car 33. Jason Sowald, Jesse Schlotfeld, Cam Smith and Robbie Price, Tyler Thompson, Greg Hamilton, Levi Kuntz and Levi Klatt. Out of corner 4, green flag. Trey Starks leads him down into turn number 1. Colton right on his outside, trail slide across the nose and lead down the back straightaway.
Car length advantage as they make their way into turn number 3. Off the corner, Starks leads lap number 1. Heath 2 on the bottom. Solwald's got 3rd as Schlotfeld looking for room around him. Not all the way up to the car.
Oh, we've got the cars upside down in turn 2. It's Jordy Meese and looks like the 10L.
It is Mitchell's 10L as I see Drake's powder-coated top wing 10.
We're green.
That was interesting. Back straightaway restart coming. There's Solwald taking for the bottom on Schlotfeld, looking for 3rd. Can't quite get it into 1 and 2. Meanwhile, Heath through the middle of the second corner, lining up a move on Starks. To the bottom he goes out of turn number 4. Race for the lead. Starks turns him away for now as Solwald grabs 3rd.
Man, there's a lot of guys having trouble on that restart through 3 and 4, getting really tight in the middle as that race for your top. Now the 3rd position is Schlotfeld's all over the rear bumper. Is now Kuntz is going to pull side by side with Schlotfeld down the front straightaway.
Levi Kuntz has found that cleaned off bottom and he is rolling it strong ahead of Schlotfeld, picking up a spot. Levi Kuntz announcing his emergence here as he is coming to the inside of Solwald for 3rd. Solwald down to slam the door on the youngster, and Schlotfeld back around the top for 4th.
I was going to say, Kuntz showed Solwald that line, and that's all Jason needed to see to know what he needed to do.
So Solwald back to the bottom, takes off, now gets back to the top of 1 and 2 as he's looking to run down Heath. This time by halfway home. 15 in, 15 to go. Trey Starks has reestablished that straightaway-ish lead and will work on traffic once again. 2nd is Colton Heath, 3rd Jason Solwald, 4th Jesse Schlotfeld, and 5th is Levi Kuntz with Robbie Price starting to make his move towards the front. Price running down Kuntz for position number 5, looking to crack in.
You've got a good race back here for, looks like the 7th or 8th position with Tyler Thompson and Greg Hamilton too. Tyler just running the car as hard as he can in the cushion. Greg right on the bottom as there's really 2 very good grooves of racing here.
Thompson
Kuntz is off the pace in turn number 2.
Oh no, Levi Kuntz, it always runs best before something happens. And he will go into the pit area. What a run for Kuntz that's going to end with mechanical malfunction on the 29 car. Heartbreak for Kuntz. You can see him picking up the pace.
Much quicker
RPMs
pace.
are up. He'll start about a 3rd of the way into the blue. He'll go to the bottom. He's going to go to the top this time with Solwald hunting the bottom on him here on the restart. Heath goes to the middle. Nothing there. Solwald run on Heath. Back straight away into 3.
Colton could not get the drive off of 2 that he needed as Solwald's going to pin it to the bottom and try to get even with Heath down the front straightaway as Stark's ready to set sail again with 10 to go.
This is for 2nd with Jason down low, Colton up high, a rivalry that spanned a decade now. Solwald rotates the car early, makes a long straightaway, but can't get 2nd away from Colton yet.
And if one of them slips their groove, Jesse Schlotfeld's right there ready to make a move for that 2nd spot. It'll be, we got cars together in turn number 1, multiple cars together. It's red flag is out. It looks like Cam Smith got upside down. I can see Hillier.
And it is going to be a rapid restart for Starks.
Yes, it is. Starks leading him back to the restart zone. We're green. Heath's ready to pounce. Solwald goes to the bottom, follows Heath. Schlotfeld to the top. Heath to the bottom as Starks will have the lead down into turn number 1.
And to the bottom again goes Heath coming off the low side of turn number 2. It is Solwald skidding across the middle. Here comes Schlotfeld with a big move across. Across the nose he goes, and he'll take 3rd. Jesse Schlotfeld into the spot, but Solwald back after him as we got a battle for the lead.
Colton Heath running the bottom down in turn number 1. Starks has a ton of speed on the top, but Colton's able to stay with him right there through 1 and 2. Loses a little in 3 and 4, but he's trying to get his momentum up to reel him back in.
He was okay until he got into the middle of 2, and it's kind of like a skating rink once you get to the middle of that corner, as it'll just take you straight up to the wall with no forward drive. Starks getting away again. Heath 2. That race for 3rd has been good for a while. Solwald downstairs is retaking it. Schlotfeld trying to shoot the moon up and around the top. He's got it back down the back straightaway.
Jesse knew he could trust Solwald. The Solwald getting really sideways in the middle of the track with very little drive on that 18 car. So good race for the 3rd spot as Trey Starks getting back to lap traffic with coming to 5 to go.
5 more times around for Starks. Slower traffic looms. Colton Heath not a long ways back, but he'd have to make up a bit of ground to be right on the back of Starks. 4 to go, 2 cars kind of racing for position ahead of him, but Starks has got good rhythm.
Everybody spread out pretty evenly as Heath, Starks, Schlotfeld, everybody up at the front spread apart fairly evenly as Starks running right up on the bumper of the 10 of Drake.
And Colton trying to close, 3 laps left. Starks gets into that middle, and that middle has been a place that's not been successful for many. He'll make the short slide on Peyton, getting into the corner and put him a lap down. Heath used the opportunity to get closer with 2 to go, still a long ways back.
Yeah, Stark's running that cushion just right around the track until he's got to short slide some of these lap cars, and Trail roll the bottom here, coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go for Trey Starks.
It's been the Trey Starks show in the Pacific Northwest for the last week. Here, Saturday night at Skagit Speedway, that show continues as he rolls off of corner number 4 for another feature win. Starks gets the dub ahead of Heath, Schlotfeld in 3rd, Solwald in 4th, and Price in 5th.
Levi Klatt's going to spin to a stop here on the
Leanne King, the 66X. Howard Voss, the 03. 007 to Mike Guffey. Colin Sims has requested the back of the 15 car. And Brant Burris in car 151.
lights are out.
20 times around. And off of 4, we're green. Skagerud, who got the, or dug for, but didn't quite get the heat race win. On the pole for this one, he will lead out at turn number 2. It's Michelson looking to get up top, take it away from him. Remember, we have clean sweeps going in every division tonight. The guy in this class.
Oh, we got 2 cars together out of 4, truck in the wall. The 4.
Everybody stayed going, though. We're green still.
Yep, they were 3 wide through 3 and 4 there. Good race, but made some contact there getting through the corner.
Michelson led lap number 1. And remember, it's Guffey in the 007 who's gunning for the clean sweep here. So we'll monitor his progress as he comes up through the field. That's Peters in the V8. And sorry, it's not Peters, it's Bryce Kolar in the V8 tonight. Kolar been successful in Stinger 8 racing this year at Evergreen Speedway, multiple-time feature winner. Driving the car for Steve tonight, and he's got the spot from Skagerud and into second, trying to run down Michelson out in front of the field. Taking a look further back, Guffey is knocking on the door of the top 10, but has a lot of space to make up. He's going to need a caution flag sooner rather than later, just for track position's sake.
Well, I was going to say the top 10 are so spread out already that he's half a track behind just to try to get back to the leader. Then he's got to make the pass when he gets there. So making moves still, making his way up through, but there's a lot of ground to make up.
Trying to work his way into about 8th as we speak. As that is up, there's your second place car, the camo car of Kolar. Your race leader, Brian Michelson. Michelson wide open. Kolar trying to run him down. 3rd place Covert. 4th Skagerud 71. And 5th the 52 of Woolsey.
Michelson's going to be getting to lap traffic here in the next lap or 2. Should be able to navigate it fairly easily, I would think, but they're known to make themselves pretty wide sometimes.
They can be.
Yep.
Let's see if they stick single file for us.
Oh, he's good. He's clear of the first lap car, but now we've...
Guffey is running down Ian Buck in the 16D, and Buck is only a little ways in and behind Woolsey. As Michelson, your race leader, is lap king in the 66X. Now Kolar having to navigate up and around. He'll shoot the middle and make the pass.
Yeah, Guffey's right there, 6th place now, so Definitely made ground as we got the 360 and the 4-truck together right in front of the flag stand. They both keep going, but there was definitely contact. The 360 car got nice and sideways, and the 4 kind of hooked him there, but both drivers continue.
So this is the halfway point here of the feature, as now Guffey's looking for 5th. He's digging down low on Woolsey. And he's just going to slip slide by. Nice smooth pass by Mike Guffey. 4th place is in sight, but he is going to need a caution just on sheer track position. As Guffey's down low on Skagerud, you want a caution, you don't want to be the caution. He's going to come up on the back of King. Taps the back bumper, splits the difference. As Woolsey and Skagerud make a King sandwich, and there's the yellow we're looking for. Woolsey on the bottom of turn number 3.
Brian Michelson leads him back to green here out of turn number 4. We are back, 8 laps to go in this Hornet A feature.
Race lead belongs to Michelson. On the restart, Covert trying to get a wheel underneath the V8 of Kolar, but it's the 007 of Guffey. Smooth rolling around the top. He's got 3rd. Guffey, who just picked up his first feature win a couple of weeks ago, honing in on 2nd to the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Looking for room. Can't get by yet. Almost had a yellow in turn number 2, but we stay under green flag conditions as Subaru Scott was having problems. Your lead pack will come up on him within a lap or 2. Now Guffey again, half a groove lower than Kolar. Into the corner, love tap into the quarter panel. Straightens him out. Kolar's got it for now. Guffey down low, sliding in and through, leans on him in the middle of the corner.
I have to wonder what his plan is when he gets to Michelson, because we're now coming to 4 to go, and he's just close enough to taste. He got that first win. He wants another one. You know he does. Oh, man, bumper to bumper.
Coming down the front straightaway. This is the battle for the lead into turn number 1. Guffey finding space down low. Michelson drives away on the back straightaway.
But now you've got the lap car coming up on him too. Oh, we got contact into the back of your 2nd place runner.
And as they checked up, Guffey took a shot in the shorts there from Kolar with 3 to go. Following into the corner, Michelson getting down and underneath Subaru Scott. Lean into the corner panel. Here comes Guffey down the back straightaway. Guffey goes side by side with Michelson. Michelson back to the hammer off the corner. Sawing on the wheel. There's Guffey down low with 2 to go. Hornet main event as Guffey's trying for the clean sweep from dead last. Michelson trying to turn him away. The next time by, we're going to get a white flag one more time around. 3/10 of a mile to decide it. Guffey tried coming off high. Arcs the car off down low. Drag race to the bottom of turn number 1. Michelson and Guffey. Guffey pulls up just a little bit short. One more straightaway down the back. Guffey with one more run. Michelson trying to play spoiler into turn number 3. Out of 4. Spoiler achieved as Michelson wins. So a look at what happened the last time. We had the Hornets in the house. And one more look back from the weekend of September 7th as we had the Skagit Aggregates IMCA Modifieds here in the building. And let's take a look at what happened in their main event the last time they were at Skagit Speedway. Rock and roll for 25. Westergaard for the clean sweep. And if that start stands, I'll be shocked.
Westergaard definitely got a jump there off the run in turn number 4. Waiting for the yellow light. I don't see it, so we're going to stay green and go.
It's going to go. Westergaard, Morris, and Smith, 1 through 3 in the early going. And what Jeff wants to do is just run. He does not want this field anywhere close to him. So if he can wrap it and it can stay
Running
green,
high.
he is going to be a really happy candidate. And loaded. And he will be looking to fire it up off in your direction. So if you guys want some Skagit Speedway swag, the boss has got the t-shirt gun. Let him hear you and let him know you would like to walk away from some Skagit Speedway apparel. We do have some breaking news coming from Facebook tonight. According to the official Facebook page, the Survive the 55 2024 will be contested by the high side tickler Kyle Strickler on his way of dirt late model and modified fame out the Midwest. So next weekend here at Skagit Speedway for Survive the 55, we want to welcome in Kyle Strickler, who has verbally committed on his Facebook page to come out to Skagit Speedway for the Friday night and Saturday night portion of our show. You see these guys in the highlighter green, yellow uniforms, and the black and highlighter green, yellow uniforms, and the medics up there. This is our track crew. These are our officials, our medics, our safety team, and our push trucks. You could give them all a warm round of applause and thank them for a fantastic 2024. We've got 2 more nights after this, but this is our season championship where we will crown 5 division winners here at Skagit Speedway. At this time, I ask you to please rise. Gentlemen, if you will, please remove your hats as I turn things over to Samantha Velkamp for the singing of the Canadian and American national anthems.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Fireworks threw me off. It happened.
Yep. Samantha Velkamp on your national anthem tonight. Either way, the Rock have red glare tonight. A boom. So, with that being said, it's season championship night from that dude sitting all the way up in the corner of G, all the way through our front grandstands, up into the Jim Raper Memorial section, in front of where the old tower was, here into B, and all the way out there to the crazies in the cheap seats. Are you ready to go racing? Are ready for championship night at Skagit Speedway.
And been regulars here, and for him to potentially join that club with just Kelsey and Chad tonight, that would be crazy, and for all of us to see it, even more awesome.
Well, we've got the following groups here tonight to help watch that. I want to welcome in Car-Mart USA and the employees thereof. Welcome to everybody from Car-Mart here tonight. I want to welcome everybody from Chad Fisher Construction in the house this evening. Hello to you guys. And also Lowe's Truss in the house as well. Welcome into Skagit Speedway for season championship night. First scramble is on the track. The finish of this scramble will line up the first 3 rows of tonight's A main event for the Sportsman Sprint Cars, which will go 25 laps. On the pole, from Maple Ridge, British Columbia, it is Kai Dixon in 20K. And outside row number 1 from Cedar Woolley, Washington, it's the 35 of Alden Ostrom.
Row number 2 on the inside in car number 88 from Stanwood, it's Jaden Whitney, and outside of him from Abbotsford, BC, in car 3B, it's Brody Ferguson.
The third row features Jessen Jacobson out of Stanwood in the 22J. And starting 6th, it's the division's winningest driver, the 00 of Levi Hillier from Burlington, Washington. 6 cars, 6 laps coming up on the scramble. Little racetrack rework in between time trials and this first race of the night. So we'll see how that shakes out. And what it does, we also know track changes as the sun goes down.
What's impressive to look at too, Caleb, is the top 5 drivers in the points, we'll say top 6, all the cars that are on the track are only separated by 66 points. So there is a lot to be gained. Only 1 point between the 3B of Ferguson and the 22J of Jacobson. So definitely to be gained and to be lost here tonight on championship night.
Healthy Points Fund money up at our awards banquet that's coming up in November. Tickets on sale. Check out SkagitSpeedway.com for information. Dixon is looking to cap his year off with a win, sitting in the catbird seat next to Ostrom in the 35. They roll out of 4. We're underway. Scramble 105 here on the night. Dixon side by side with Alden into 3. Ostrom pitching down, looking for racing room. Dixon, good bite off the bottom of 1. He's got the lead, but just by a nose.
Still a lot of drive on the bottom of the track, and Dixon definitely using that to his advantage as the field kind of spreading out now, but Ostrom's not going to give up without a fight. He's trying to get down to the bottom and make some moves, trying to get up to the 20K of Dixon.
In the top spot, Dixon, then Ostrom. Third sits Whitney in the 88, his rookie campaign this year as well. With Ferguson in the 3 car sitting 4th. Hillier, you're watching him on your screen, in the 5th position. Car lengths back.
You're trying to run the bottom as close as you can to that berm, but you hit that berm and the guy behind you has an advantage because you're kind of running up the track as you see happening now with Ferguson and Hillier. So Levi only got a couple more laps to try to make a move to try to get to the 4th spot, but man, Kai Dixon looks fast out in front of this race.
White flags coming out. Dixon looking to punctuate this night. A scramble win will set him on the pole for the 25-lap A feature. Got back straight away for the final time. It is Kai Dixon coming off the corner and taking the W. Dixon wins. Ostrom 2, Whitney 3, Ferguson 4, Hillier 5.
Yeah, like I mentioned, you see a lot of those guys trying to get to the bottom and kind of hook their left front tire on the berm. The race director does not like that. We get yelled at all the time we have an earpiece. There's a one-way radio that each of these drivers is required to use. And if you're on the berm too much, they will yell at you. They will dock you positions. So you need to be careful, in the A main, especially later on. You'll get to the end of the race, think you finish 5th, and they're going to dock you a couple spots, say you finish 7th or 8th. So in a points race as tight as it is, that's the last thing you need to have happening. Just trying to get a little bit faster groove on the track.
The order you see their scrambles come out in will be the order that the main events run in tonight. So scramble for the Sportsman Sprint's done, and their main event coming up is the final Sportsman Sprint race of the year here at Skagit Speedway. So the last chance these drivers have for glory for the rest of the year as we have got the Hornets coming out 1 through 6. Here's what the Hornets look like tonight. Brian Michelson looking to go back-to-back to the championships. He's on the pole in the 22X out of Cedar Woolley. And outside of him, it's the Pretty Boy Racing number 17 of Wyatt Covert out of Mount Vernon. Row number 2, Colin Sims out of Burlington in the 15, and it's Subaru Scott Henry in the 22 out of Ferndale. Third and final row from Freeland, it's the 71 of Raven Skagrud, and the Hornet Truck, one of a couple that are running with us all year, from Everson in the 25, Double D David Dykstra. Scramble set for 6 laps for the Hornets. That's a typical heat race duration for them. As your top 6 in driver points all set. It's either a new car or a new skin on the 15 of Sims. Normally that is a white with blue car. Tonight, whole lot of blue and a shiny new hood. We'll see how long that stays intact. And quarter panel and the world's greatest duct tape numbers.
It works. If it fits, it ships. We like it.
Although I do kind of see a slight dent where the gas cap would be.
It'll buff. We'll be good.
Off the corner we go. Michelson looking to capture his second season title in a row. Can he punctuate it with an exclamation mark? We'll find out. He's got the lead rolling into the first corner over Covert in the 17 and Sims in the 15.
Thought Sims was going to have a look to the inside there on the entry to turn number 1, but now we've got Subaru Scott Henry trying to make a move, made a little slight contact there with the 15, but Brian Michelson leads lap 1.
It was gentle. Both cars kept rubber side down and cars rolling straight. That's the battle for third. As Covert in the 17 now under pressure from Sims. Car pushes coming off the corner, and Sims has a look at him as he'll dive to the bottom of the first turn.
Sims has definitely got some more speed, it looks like, on exit of the corner down the straightaway. So I think once he gets past the 17 car, he'll be able to try and track down Brian, but definitely that 15 car there looking faster than Covert in the 17 so far tonight.
Yeah, he's got some speed enough to try to run up to Michelson in the 22X. Sims, him and the family, his dad James and stepmom Stacy, they're Honda folks and used to run in Civics. Looks like a later year Civic underneath Colin right now as he is driving and has a nose ahead of Brian Michelson for the race lead with 2 to go.
They're side by side at the flag stand. Yeah, we've only got another lap and a half or so to finish this off. So Sims looking good with the lead now, but Brian wants that pole spot. He's going to make some contact, almost get him sideways.
Nice close-up shot of them coming through the corner. 1 to go for Sims, who has advanced a full row on this. Way to use the scramble to your advantage. Michelson trying not to let him get too far out, but off the final corner tonight, Colin Sims drives to the win in the scramble. Michelson will be outside row number 1 with Skagrud running 4th. That means Covert was 3rd. Subaru Scott in the 5th spot, and Dykstra in the truck in 6th.
Michelson coming into tonight 89 points ahead of the 17 car of Wyatt Covert, who's second in points. So
that is statistically uncoverable on that one. There is no way that with both cars taking a green flag tonight that Covert will be able to catch Michelson. The championship is his.
But he still wants that trophy, man.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Glory
Cap it
lasts
off.
forever.
Yep.
Scramble 3 is next, and that'll be our 360 sprint cars. This battle has Trey Starks up in the front of it. Starks looking to take 2 titles tonight, as he is looking to be the 360 champion as well as the owner's champion for the 410 sprint cars.
Mm-hmm. Trey, easily to say the most dominant car overall this year. Not completely, blowing everybody away every single week, but if you're looking at one guy who's like the guy right now at Skagit, it's Trey Starks.
Now, the gap between him and Jesse Schlotfeld for the title is 40 points. That is not, by the way that I've done the math, that's not locked up. If Trey ends up dead last and Schlotfeld wins the main tonight, there is a chance.
Anything can happen.
Especially with a full field of sprint cars here in the house tonight for the 360s. Let's get your lineup. Starks is on the pole in the 55 car, and outside of him, it'll be Jesse Schlotfeld at Arlington in the 21. Your second row is Colton Heath in the Killian Cindione 33. Outside of him, Cam Smith in the 17. And our third and final row, it's Levi Hillier, the Meridian Racing 26. Robbie Price out of Cobble Hill, BC in the black and white number 21, starting in the 6th spot.
Hillier, the only rookie in this top 6, so in theory will be Rookie of the Year in the 360 class this season in that Rudine Racing number 26 car.
Had quite the run all the way through July from his second Open Clay Cup win at Deming Speedway. He picked up a track title on Sunday afternoon last week, picked up more Sportsman sprint wins, and his first 360 sprint car win at 14 years and 3 months old. about a month ago and change, and a heck of a debut year for Levi. Up front, though, this is the battle, and it is not over between Starks and Schlotfeld, Heath and Smith, Hillier and Price for the top 6 starting spots in tonight's main.
Starks and Schlotfeld, we're green out of corner number 4. Starks will get the jump down the front straightaway. Schlotfeld falls him right to the bottom. Is Heath now going to look underneath of Smith? They're side by side down the back straightaway. Now Price is looking for some into corner number 3.
Bobby Price from the back row, digging for the bottom. He's gone 6 to 3rd already. Heath saw on the wheel on the outside. He's got a 410 scramble coming, as do a lot of these other drivers. Right now, though, Price ahead of Heath. Heath got to hold off Smith, who's got to run to the inside of it.
Right now, we're not seeing a lot of passing on the track, and Robbie Price just made it look very, very easy. So, Robbie from 6th to 3rd. Awesome run. Now trying to track down Schlotfeld as we're over halfway done here.
Starts your leader, Schlotfeld, Price, with 2 to go. Price wants 1 more row. If you can get to the outside of row number 1, that sets you up extraordinarily well. Down to the white flag 1 more time by our 3/10 mile play oval. Trey Starks hammer down off the 4th and final corner. He'll take his first scramble win. Schlotfeld 2, Price 3, 63 for Robbie. Heath 4, Smith 5, and Hillier 6.
Yeah, we've seen most everybody right around the bottom of the track. I was kind of hoping there'd be more than 1 or 2 guys wanting to run the high line because, man, everybody up just kind of crowding for the bottom. That high line, there's no grip up there. You see all the dust. It's kind of dirty looking. There's no grip for forward drive at all in that dust unless you've got another guy or 2 to try and help blow that off. So hoping that widens out here later on in tonight's features, but definitely we'll be looking for that. You know, we've got, like we said, 5 classes. There's a lot of opportunity for this track to change.
Now, no heat races tonight. However, we've got 5 standard length main events coming up as well with all the cars that are here. So you expect early mains like the Sportsman main to be maybe a little bit more locked down and then slick off and get slower as it goes on?
I always expect the sporty mains to kind of be around the bottom. It's harder. The Sportsman cars have less horsepower, so it's harder for them to get kind of wound up around the top. So, yes, I would expect the track to go away, of course, as the night goes on. But there will be more grip for sure.
Let's take a look at the Skagit Aggregates IMCA Modified. Jeff Westergaard, your presumptive points champ on the pole, with Ben Gunderson next to him in 68. Rick Smith in the 6W, James Bundy in the 57, Adam Holtrip in the 71, and Kevin Smith in the 7K. 6 for 6 in our first little preview of the Survive, the 55, Friday and Saturday here at Skagit Speedway next weekend. Hope you guys will choose to join us. Exciting news that the high side tickler Kyle Strickler coming for that. That'll be a blast. I'll have to save my lunch money for some t-shirts.
I was going to say, if I can get a t-shirt with that on it, I'm getting it.
Westergaard has had the dominant year in the division. He is the division leader in wins and points. Gunderson, Smith, the former track champion, in and behind him with Bundy, a feature winner as well. They're off and running for 6 laps.
Oh, contact into turn number 1. Bundy got into Gunderson. We got a yellow.
And that yellow was coming out before that spin out happened for Holtrip, as they did not like the start.
Man, you had Bundy in the back corner of Gunderson going down the front straightaway into 1. They got to clean that up. You're already in the scramble. You know you're going to start in the first 3 rows. Right? Don't go wreck your car for something. You already know you're going to start in the top 6.
I would say sheet metal is cheap, but some of the drivers seem to not care. So be it.
You know, too, Rick Smith in the 6W and the 68 of Gunderson, they're only separated by 1 point going into tonight. So interesting to see how this goes, but it was the 57 of Bundy getting into Gunderson, so it's always interesting. You never know. You never know what's going to happen with the modifieds.
You'd say unpredictable.
Perfect.
Here we come off the corner. Westergaard and Gunderson once again. This time, not nearly as much leaning on each other, although as I open my mouth, they contradict that.
Gosh, it just looks like Gunderson having so much problem getting into turn number 1. Is you see the left front hiking up on his car. It normally kind of does that, but it just seems almost uncontrollable for him.
Normally you've got a little hike, but it's a carry. That left front coming up, going down, coming up, going down. As Bundy, after running back of him, might have some suspension issues on the front of that car.
Well, of course, you're Bundy. You're going into the first corner, man. You're ready to go. So for a guy to be kind of messed up out of the gas ahead of you, I can't really blame him for that, seeing it in that light. So
yeah, it sure looks like Ben's got a little more of a handful than what he anticipated that he would. All of this is letting Westergaard, complete with the blue wheel covers down the right-hand side, just cruise. He's opened up a nice lead over Rick Smith. Gunderson 3. Holtrup has rallied back to 4th now. Guy we call Big Sexy, who has got track titles to his name, looking for another spot. He's already advanced 1 row through the scramble. We've got 2 to go here.
less cars ahead of you in the A, the cleaner theoretically you can run. So definitely want to get as much as you can here in these scrambles as we see the white flag for Westergaard.
Well, great year for Westergaard between modified wins here, been successful at the Grays Harbor Raceway, midget wins at Deming Speedway, midget wins at Skagit Speedway, and more. Westergaard, the season continues. The win in the scramble over Rick Smith, Ben Gunderson, Adam Holtrup, Kevin Smith, and James Bundy.
.410 sprint car scramble headed out next. This is the final scramble of the night. Again, how they finish is how they will start the first 3 rows of tonight's A feature. They will have the final feature of the regular season here at Skagit Speedway in 2024. Starting lineup for tonight's 410 scramble on the pole in car number 55. We just saw him win his 360 scramble. He'll look for the same here. It is Trey Starks from Puyallup, Washington. Outside of him, from Burlington in car number 18, it is Jason Solwald. Row number 2 in the 21P, it's Robbie Price from Cobble Hill, British Columbia, Canada. And outside of him, from Marysville in the Dines Racing 95, it's Colton Heath. Row number 3, from Enumclaw in car number 19, it's Colby Thornhill. Outside of Colby, from Arlington in car number 21, it'll be Jesse Schlotfeld. This is the first time I've been up here, and my car has been out there, Caleb. It feels a little odd, announcing the 95 car.
Take a look at it. It's Schlotfeld, Heath, Price, and Starks all running their second scramble as well. But yeah, interesting look, and there's only a few minutes in between those for those 4 drivers to swap over. In Heath's case, he's jumping from a Triple X to a Triple X, so, you know, your cockpit's the same, seats loaded in there the way that Colton would want it to go. They've got that thing comfortable, so outside of the difference between a 410 and 360, even though it's different car owners and different cars, you'd think he'd be relatively comfortable just making that quick swap over.
Yeah, it's not like you're jumping from a Maxim chassis to a Triple X or something different like that. You're going very, very similar, you know, one to the next. So, I mean, saw how comfortable he was the first night out in the car. He went out and won the thing. So, it'll be fun to watch. We'll see. I mean, Trey's going to be hard to beat no matter what. Right now, I know I talked about the track cleaning off and kind of that dusty top groove. I'm hoping that somebody's willing to get up there and kind of clean that off a little bit so we can get a high groove going here.
Well, you've got same size wheels and tires. You've got the same race cars. The only difference is we've now jumped from 700 horsepower motors to 900 horsepower motors.
Yeah, 900 plus now, like regularly, what, 930, 940, some of these are pushing. Not that you really need it on this drier track, especially up in that higher groove. But yeah, huge difference in how the car reacts too. Like, you can give the same wheel input. 360 is going to feel a little bit heavier, kind of more stuck, whereas the 410 can kind of dance around a little bit more.
Part of the reason we see front ends flying in the 410 is quite a bit more. That front end will get twitchy. You'll raise up in the air if you get that real good dig on the back tires. It's a lot of horsepower and not a lot of weight and a whole lot of talent to pilot it around. Starks and Solwald for the 410 scramble. Green's out.
Stark's going to get a healthy jump down into turn number 1, and Solwald's going to go around the outside. There'll be Thornhill there looking to the inside of Price. Only car venturing up beyond the middle really is the 95 of Heath so far, as Stark's looking to try to clear his way out and walk away with it.
Well, he's not exactly walking the dog yet, because Solwald's really good around the bottom of 3 and 4. We're watching the race for the fourth between Thornhill and Heath. That's the difference between the second and third row. A big spot right there. And now for second, and between row 2 and row 1. Price is trying to beat on Solwald, who has got that thing camped out in the low groove. Very vintage Jason Solwald here tonight in the scramble.
I was going to say, Jason's the best at running the bottom. I don't care. I would never want to be up against him one-on-one, but now we see Price get a good run on the top of 1 and 2. He's going to look to the inside of Jason, and he's going to have the spot at the line. Price, as they see the white flag.
Great timing for Price, pulling the move right when Jason explored high on the racetrack. That's going to give the win to Trace Starks with ease. Starks 1, Price improves a row. Solwald 3 for 4th. Thornhill turns away Heath. And Schlockfeld in the 6th spot.
Yeah, Jason, one of the masters of running the bottom here, but he was having a little bit of trouble in the middle of the corner. The car was like over-rotating, and the last couple of laps there kind of see him up on the berm across turn 4, so everybody's got to go back to their notebook if they want to beat the 55 car, but it's going to be a fun show to watch, that's for sure.
Well, folks, that is it. Before we go to feature action tonight here at Skagit Speedway, scrambles are done, lineups are set, cars will start rolling into the push area for the Sportsman Sprint A feature. But before we get to that, we have got to get to the Run Good Life Season Championship main event for our score. Are the Pickle Green car at 5 and the Race Routine Blue car at 5. The Ketchup Packet Red has 4, and the Banana Wagon has 4. Now, if we end up with a tie, we'll break the tie by running these cars next weekend at the Survive the 55. If we end up with a definitive winner, the championship is declared tonight. Pick your favorites. Root them on. It is time for the RunGoodLife.com car race on the big screen. Here we go.
Sportsman Sprint Car Final A main of 2024 has made its way onto the track. Starting on the pole, you saw him win the scramble earlier, the 20K from Maple Ridge, BC. It is Kai Dixon. Outside of him, the 35 from Cedar Woolley, it's Alden Ostrom.
Second row, the rookie out of Stanwood in the 88, Jaden Whitney, and outside of him, also a rookie from Abbotsford, British Columbia, it's the 3B of Brody Ferguson.
Inside row number 3, starting 5th, the 00 from Burlington, it's Levi Hillier. Outside of him from Stanwood, the 22J of Jessen Jacobson.
We move into our time trial cars. Starting 7th tonight, the 21Z out of Monroe, it's Kira Zilstra. And the multiple-time Trek champion starts 8th out of Cedar Woolley, the 23 of Steve Parker.
Starting 9th on the field from Kenai, Alaska, in car number 1M, it's Mike Brown. Outside of him, starting 10th from Cedar Woolley, the 90 car of Brian Holmqvist.
11th starter, it's the track champion from Grays Harbor Raceway in her Skagit Speedway debut, the 23X of Zan Miller. And next to her from Pemberton, British Columbia, the 4B of Cale Brook.
Starting in the 13th spot tonight from Arlington, Washington, in the red number 1 car, it's Brett Magai. Outside of him from Cedar Woolley, the 4 of Ashley Johnson.
Row number 8 on the inside, it's the Rocket, Ronnie Cox, car number 9 out of Bothell, and next to him, it is Sayonara for now from Skagit Speedway, the 76R of Rapid, Roy Blumenhagen.
Your 17th starter from Oak Harbor in car number 51 is Dustin Gehring. Outside of him from Camino Island in car number 36 is Tanner Merritt.
Row number 10 to the inside, Ryan Kettenberg out of Spokane in car number 30 is the 19th starter. From Balta, North Dakota, it's 57 of Tony Bundy starting 20th. And tail end Charlie on the field, making her Skagit Speedway debut, her sprint car debut as well, will be the 66 of Macy Logsdon. 21 cars, we understand scratch from the 11 of Brian Murphy. He does not make the call. So Murph does not make the call. We had one other sign in who did not make it through. As the field assembles, driver's still trying to get into the push-off lane from long ways away. As you get a look here on our feed of the Red Dog Plumbing number 4 of Ashley Johnson tonight. Jeff Pearson's 87, the other car did not make the call for the main event, so rough way for Jeff's year to end, but man, appreciate his and that team's dedication to the sport as they have brought 3 to 4 cars nearly weekly here to Skagit Speedway with our Sportsman Sprint Car division.
The field forming up behind the Car Mart Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Pace truck as Kai Dixon and Alden Ostrom will lead them down to the green. Jaden Whitney, Brody Ferguson, Levi Hilliard, Jessen Jacobson, your top 6 cars. Kira Zylstra, Steve Parker, Mike Brown, Brian Holmqvist, Zan Miller, Cale Brook, Brett Magai, Ashley Johnson, Ronnie Cox, Roy Blumenhagen, Dustin Gehring, Tanner Merritt, Ryan Kettenberg, Tony Bundy, and Macy Logsden. Your field rundown.
Biggest field of the year. We normally limit the Sportsman Sprint A Main to just 16 entries. It's a change made a couple of years ago to help them get more races complete, as there were some drivers who were spinning a lot. So limited the field size a bit, weeded some people out in the B mains. Tonight, because we got 5 classes, y'all go to the A. They've got 25 laps. They do have a time limit. We'll let you know when they're getting close to it. Dixon looking to cap the season with the W. Ostrom trying to play spoiler. We're green. Down the front straightaway and into the first corner. Much like the scramble, Dixon's got the advantage. Ostrom sticking with him. And Jessen Jacobson going to go 6th to 3rd on the opening stamina. Can't quite make it all the way, but he did pick up a couple of spots. He's getting to the high groove. Dealing with Levi Hilliard. Hilliard will take 4th.
Ostrom had a huge moment in turn 2 as Ferguson almost makes contact. Ostrom slowed way down in turn number 2, and that allowed the 3B to get right to the bumper. Is now Levi Hilliard in your 3rd position.
What do you know? Textbook Levi Hilliard there to take advantage of mistakes from the others. He is so good. Right place, right time for Levi. He's worked his way into the top 3. Setting sail for 2nd place, Alden Ostrom, who has seen nothing but a tail tank streaking away from him. And Kai Dixon, who's out front and scrambling away.
But now Kai's going to get to lap traffic. He'll have to navigate the 57 of Bundy here first. But he'll soon have cars in both grooves just ahead of him. And let me tell you, Ostrom and Hilliard, they're ready to pounce if there's the opportunity.
Dixon looked good going up to the middle to get around Bundy for that lap. Now Ostrom following suit. He's used the opportunity to close just a bit as Hilliard trying to narrow that gap between himself and Alden as well. 6 laps in, 19 to go. Your leader, Kai Dixon, in traffic. Here comes Ostrom within 4 car lengths as he comes from the back of the field.
There's those 2 lap cars in front of him using both lanes for him to get around. As now Ostrom's going to look to the inside of a lap car and gets chopped on the front straightaway. Now Hilliard's going to look to make a move on the 2nd position.
Alden Ostrom is on the hunt. Levi Hilliard is smelling the back of that race car as well. As we're only 7 laps in it, and it is dicey in traffic. Ostrom down to the bottom to sneak around the low side on Logston.
Ferguson's got a problem here on the front straightaway. That'll pull the yellow out. As now Ferguson, that was your 4th running car. That's going to move everybody up a spot. Heartbreak. He was having some problems though, Caleb.
So Ferguson to a stop, and a bummer for the young driver out of BC. Great news for Kai Dixon, as now he's going to be out of traffic for a second. He got into it in about 4 or 5 laps, so it's not going to last very long. And that'll pull the lappers out from in between Dixon, Ostrom, and Hilliard, as we do on every restart, and let them run for the win. As it sits right now, 8 laps down, 17 to go. Up front, Kai Dixon, Levi Hilliard 2. Alden Ostrom 3, Jessen Jacobson will be 4, and Jaden Whitney will be 5. Mike Brown is 6, Steve Parker 7, Kira Zylstra 8, Ashley Johnson 9, and Brian Holmqvist rounding out your top 10. Early still, just about a third of the way done in the Sportsman Sprint Main.
I was noticing, especially with Jessen Jacobson, his car was really tight at the beginning of the race, which, of course, the track has a little more grip than it's had, here at the beginning of the race. But as that fuel load burns off and things like that, people's cars are going to start coming to him. I thought maybe that was Ferguson's problem, but, man, he almost just parked it in turn 2 a few laps before that, and bummer to see him out of the race. But it was about to get ugly there a few times with him, because there's a bunch of sharks there in that top 10 that are ready to pounce when the opportunity comes.
So Brody waiting on the push truck escort to wherever he'll be going, as he's parked facing the wrong way at the end of the front straightaway. If he chooses to go to the pit area, now into the infield. If he chooses to go to the pit area, the out back pit area. He gets 2 laps to work on it as soon as the lineup is correct. Saw Ronnie Cox's 9 car into the center already.
He hasn't taken off any of his safety equipment at all. So I'm not too sure what we're waiting for here, because he did go to the infield, but
Banging the steering wheel in the cockpit.
yeah, clearly dejected. You can see it on the big screen back there. We've got a good shot of him in the car, but like I said, hasn't removed any safety equipment, but it doesn't matter. We got the lights out on the Car-Mart pace track, and we're going back green.
Not gesturing for anybody to come over and attend to him either, so
Now, back straightaway restart. This is the first time we've seen this all night.
we have blue stripe on the back straightaway. At the start of it is where Dixon can accelerate. Everybody has to stay single file all the way to the end of the blue, and once they hit the end of the blue, race on, move lines, make passes, do whatever you need to do. And as we get back to green flag action, and there's Hillier with a big run on Ostrom.
Man, Ostrom got so sideways in 3 and 4 that made Hillier back off the gas, and that allowed Kai Dixon to start running away. As now Whitney's going to look to the outside of Jacobson down the back straightaway.
Jaden Whitney, top shelf, up and hauling the mail around Jacobson. Those two good friends as they work their way into 1 and 2. And coming off the back of Hillier, Jaden Whitney putting a run together as he's found the middle and high groove of this racetrack.
Jaden had to grab the brakes there on the back straightaway because he had a full head of steam out of corner number 2, and Levi was coming up the track. He just had to get on the brakes, but man, Kai Dixon just total class of the race right now. With you've got Ostrom running second, Hillier there, and Whitney still trying to get by the 0-0.
So, slower traffic already coming into play. There is Bundy. He'll go another lap down. Second of Ostrom has a little bit of room to work with. Meanwhile, it's third of Hillier, who is getting all he can handle from Whitney right up in the back of him, starting to build back up an advantage there. As this next time by, we're halfway through.
We're going to have a yellow.
Yeah, looked like Bundy was trying to get into the pit area, but missed it coming off the turn. Yellow lights are on. Tony makes the corner.
You saw something, I saw something. The one car here, Brett McGuy, had a car coming to the inside of him, and the car just kind of jerked around. I don't really know if he lost power or what's going on, but he just rolled to a stop. And then you saw the 57 of Bundy, who I saw get into the wall on lap number 1, finally peeling off into the infield there. Yeah, kind of a weird look. The one car there of McGuy just kind of went into turn 3, had somebody looking to the inside of him, and I couldn't see who it was on the inside, but he just kind of lost power and rolled to a stop.
So Brett McGuy piloting the lone 305 in the A main tonight. He's having some success early. Now powered down and into the pit area. He'll go with the graveyard of no longer running cars. We're 13 in according to the scoring loop, and that means halfway, Kai Dixon maybe we missed something here. The loop is showing Hillier in second as far as the loop that I have, but
Ostrom
running order on the track, it's still Ostrom then Hillier.
Yeah, Ostrom should be second because Kai was gone, but the 35 was definitely running second there with Whitney and Jaden and Levi were going at it. So there we go. Scoring just fixed.
Okay,
So.
Dixon, Ostrom, Hillier, Whitney, Jacobson, Zylstra, Johnson, Brown, Holmqvist, and Parker, your top 10. Easy. Fix the scoring loop. A little click of a button, we got her. So
It's always interesting to me to watch these guys on this back straightaway restart because in theory, these drivers don't have quite as much experience as what a 360 or 410 driver does. Now, that I'm using that term as a blanket term, but going to try to see if there's grip up top, grip on the bottom, a slide job that we could maybe even see, a guy trying to float the middle or something and somebody gets the speed to get under him. So these back straightaway restarts have been very interesting since we started doing them here a couple of years ago, and we've got another one coming up.
taking a look at Ostrom, it is Dixon, Ostrom, Hillier, Whitney, and Jacobson. Backstretch restart, half the main event to go, and back to green. Boy, Hillier going to get up and possibly around. We've seen this out of the playbook from Levi Hillier before. It's the top of 3 and 4 and around the outside, and 1 and 2 for second goes Hillier.
I think there was a little bit of contact at the flag stand there with the 35 and the 00, so interested to see if everything's clean from here on out. But now Hillier's got his sights set on your leader of Kai Dixon. It's now Whitney. Whitney and Jacobson are going at it, Caleb. They have a great race for the 4th spot.
Those two having a bunch of fun, and you can see Whitney get up to the high side. The car didn't quite grab and bite like he wanted to, and allow Jacobson to get away, but it does this time out the top of 2. They're kind of lined up like ducks in a row if he can keep his momentum up there.
Yeah, you've got that dirty high groove again, and it's really hard for these cars to get any drive in that. So just there's no grip that you can get in that dust. Is Levi trying to roll in your 20K?
Au contraire, my friend. Whitney found enough grip to get up and around Jacobson. He took 4th, as there's a look for your lead with a heat race left of laps. Dixon and Hillier, remember, Hillier started 6th in the scramble, started picking cars off, and now to within 3 car lengths of Kai Dixon down the back chute.
The lead just went from 9/10 to 6/10 of a second in that one lap. So Kai's getting to these lap cars. Levi's maybe navigating him a little bit easier, but Kai's got to get around, and now Kai's up into the fluff. Levi's going to try to get to his back bumper and make a move.
It's the battle up front, and it's happening amongst slower traffic, and we're going to get a stoppage. Yellow is out. That'll pull your top 2 out from amongst racing in the slower cars, so caution on the racetrack.
That's exactly what Kai wanted to see, and the opposite of what Levi wanted to see.
Car stopped up in the top of turn 4, and Zan Miller has lost the rear straps on the nose wing. In fact, lost it off the front posts as well. As you can see, 2 front posts.
Yeah, weird. It's
hanging.
almost like those brackets broke. Or
Not even hanging. You look at it, they've got a sideboard mount on the left-hand side, and the right-hand side completely gone, whatever it was.
The car from here looks like it's kind of leaning over to the right, so I don't know if there was contact made. I didn't see it. Yeah, they're calling for a rear pick on that car, so definitely contact was made somewhere, whether another car or the wall.
Get a chance to see her brother Destry Miller, Grays Harbor's 360 track champion, coming up later on for the 360 main, but Zan making her debut tonight. And rear pick coming to the 23X. That'll end her first Skagit Speedway adventure. Six laps to go, Justin. You saw Hillier close the gap amongst slower traffic. Dixon has been wicked good, though, in clean air. The way this race is sequenced, we're likely going to see slower traffic one more time. Maybe on the white flag lap.
That would make it very interesting. It was watching those last couple of restarts. Ostrom was following Dixon into the corner with these back straightaway restarts. Levi was running the top. So unless Kai's getting a signal from one of his crew members or something like that from outside the fence, I don't think he knows that. Like, they might try to signal you to run high or something like that, but you don't know the kind of run the guy's going to have.
And, you know, in the times that I've walked by the Dixon pit area and had a chance to talk, it's Kai and his dad, Dan. There's not an abundance of extra hands down in there, so let's see if it's Dan, the one who's got to be trying to get signals to Kai right now and say, hey, look, the 00's coming. He's been using that middle to high groove on restarts.
Which is hard when you've been out front leading every lap and the car feels good on the bottom, but you're being told, hey, you need to get up to the middle or top.
Well, then there's the decision. Let him do what he's been doing best, pretty successfully here on it, or give him a heads up that somebody's up there and has made some headway. It's the decision of your crew chief, car owner, etc. Okay, do I tell him anything, or do I just let him run and let him race?
Yeah, a lot of guys, it's kind of funny to watch from the pits because some of these signals, I'm like, what in the world? Like, there's no way you can see these little hand gestures and stuff, but whatever they're going to do, they better decide because they're coming to green here out of turn number 2.
Well, we've got Justin Vaughn and Eric Kuntz up in the flag stand like we have all season long here at Skagit Speedway. They'll show the one to go to Dixon, who again is looking to cap off this championship campaign with a feature win. Levi Hillier looking to play the role of spoiler. And Dixon adds a little bit as he gets into turn number 3. Hillier right off the middle of the top, and it's another good restart for Kai Dixon as he adds some pad, getting into 1 and 2. The battle between Jacobson and Whitney resumes off the second corner.
Whitney has got that car figured out on the top, man. If Jessen looks right rear, or excuse me, right front tight, but Whitney looks awesome running the top here. As Kai Dixon is looking to set sail. He's ready to walk away.
With 5 to go, it's your leader that's walking the dog right now. He built up a nice little advantage over Hillier. Hilyer's got a nice advantage as well as
Ashley
Johnson. Yeah, Ashley Johnson coming in. Right rear to left front on the Whitney car. Jaden hangs on to her, but Ashley takes that spot away.
Oh, there's something messed up.
For her.
No, then we got contact with Zylstra and Whitney here on the front straightaway. Oh, there was contact with Whitney and Johnson. Johnson coming off corner 4. Oh, man.
Yeah, the 88 ended up getting roughed up a little bit. Left front might be down on that car.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some radius rods and stuff too, because Johnson, she came off the bottom of turn 4 and kind of pinched him into the fence, really. And that left Jaden really nowhere to go. And looks like at least a flat left front tire on that car. This angle doesn't really show me what I need to see, but I think we saw enough there. I mean, he stopped on the track he was running 4th.
Well, that'll be the end of the high up front run for Whitney. What this does is also guarantees that Dixon shouldn't see traffic, as we're down to 3 to go. Dixon, Hillier, Ostrom, Jacobson, Johnson are now 1 through 5. Mike Brown, Kira Zylstra, Steve Parker, Dustin Gehring, Brian Holmqvist, your top 10.
Now,
Dixon should not see slower cars. That means Hillier is going to have to come up with a new plan to try to keep him close here on this restart so he can make a move.
that last restart, Levi kind of hit the gas a little too early. He anticipated that restart, and that allowed Dixon to kind of jump. So I didn't see any contact, because that's kind of what you're waiting for. When you're the leader, you're waiting for that second place car to kind of give you a bump, and you know they're going to be like, whoa, wait, I got to get on the brake. The leader will take off. I didn't see any contact there, but Levi just anticipated it to be a little earlier than what it was.
Dixon's pretty consistently gone before about halfway down that blue paint, so we'll see if he mixes this up at all.
Interesting watching this too, Caleb, because we have Ferguson in the infield. Whitney is he going to make it? Well, we'll see if he makes it back out, if he goes to the work area or not.
No time at this point in time in the race to repair your race car, so as soon as the lineup is good, we go back to action.
Those guys were third and fourth in points, Whitney and Ferguson both. So now we've got Jacobson and Hillier behind them. There was only 1 point between Ferguson and Jacobson, and only 3 points down to Hillier.
So as it sits, Levi is making a big climb up this final points run. But it is Kai Dixon's show until somebody takes it from him. 3 laps to go. Dixon and Hillier. Ostrom a solid third. Jacobson 4. Ashley Johnson into the top 5. Whitney on the hook. And again, no guaranteed time in the work area. We're going to turn these lights off. The Carmart USA Pace Truck. That beautiful Jeep Gladiator with the modifications for RPM performance. Going to head to the pits, and we're going to race.
Kai just wants to lock this thing up. That's all he wants.
Well, the caution lights are not out, and the truck is not coming in.
So, yeah, interesting. We're within, 5 to go, so there's no guaranteed time in the work area, but the crew requested that the Whitney car get to the work area, but there's no guaranteed time.
So it's out, it's there, and that's their right to ask for it to come out of the infield to do whatever they think they're going to do. If they catch another quick caution, maybe they get a shot at it, right?
Which it could happen. I mean,
Let's-
we've seen crazier things happen, but the lights are out. They have to hope for a caution here, otherwise no dice.
3 more laps. Dixon, Hillier, Ostrom, Jacobson, Johnson, Brown, Zylstra, Parker, Gehring, and Holmqvist. We're back to green, and this time Kai waited, and Levi did not lose as much getting in through the corners.
He's going to have a much better run down the front straightaway. They'll both tuck into the bottom groove as Levi's going to hook it a little bit better than Kai as we're coming to 2 to go here in this A main.
That pack got really messy from 5 on back, but we're going to watch your front 2 for the final 2 times around. As we've got one slowing off the pace of the front straightaway, it's Johnson, who was running 5th on the restart. A lap did complete, so a lap did get done, so even if Whitney could get it fixed and back out, he will be a lap down now. As Ashley Johnson, I said there was a mess from 5 on back, and back there, you had cars in multiple grooves going around. Mike Brown ended up pushing his way up and into 5th, so it was a nice restart for him, and Johnson, something broke on the 4-car here on the front straightaway.
He's got Kira Zilstra to thank for getting that position because she drove in a little hot into turn number 3 and made contact with Johnson. So I saw the tires up on the berm there, and unfortunately that's going to take Johnson out of the race now.
Green, white, checkered now on the restart.
Levi got a much better restart that last time, I'll say that.
Well, Dixon altered it up, but it looks like Levi anticipated it well. And again, you're close. A lot of us have gotten close with the Hilliers as they've come back to Skagit Speedway this year, and Levi made their sprint car debut. You would say that Levi's an excellent strategist for a kid who's just 14 years old.
Yeah, and I think there's a big difference between strategy and overthinking. I overthink. He actually analyzes the situation and everything. So, I mean, you saw him kind of try to enter high and cut down across. Don't know that that's really what he wants to do. Kai's just been so consistent on the entry to 1. Levi's going to kind of have to rough him up that I don't think he will.
No.
But if he wants to pass him, that's almost the only option unless Kai just totally misses the line in turn 1.
When Kai's been in trouble in this race has been when he has been in lap traffic. And we're not going to see that on a green-white checkered restart because in clean air, he's been virtually untouchable. That was the first time on one of those restarts that anybody's kept him even relatively close. So here's Whitney, who is now a lap down, but that's exactly what they did. They did make the fix on that car so he can get out and finish these last 2 laps. We still have, started with 21, 16 cars running out there, but 2 laps just not going to be enough time to get to the back of this field. So Dixon and Hillier, they'll decide it in clean air for the victory on season championship night.
I don't know that we've seen anything from anybody 3rd on back that makes me think there's going to be a fight for one of those top 2 spots, but you never know.
Yeah, Ostrom's kind of been on an island out by himself here for a little while.
We'll see if Kai mixes up his restart. I would think he would, but he's been very consistent in that first half of the blue zone, so we're going to find out.
Last time he went a little bit later, it was the first time he did that, and Hillier stuck with him nice. So we'll see. They lead him into the blue paint stripe. And Dixon goes early, and it looks like it was a good choice. Opened it up by a couple of car lengths, and there goes Kai Dixon.
Yeah, snookered Levi there on that restart. Similar to one of the restarts there a little bit ago, as now Jacobson's going to look to the outside of Ostrom for that 3rd spot. That'll be the best race on the track.
The 20 of Kai Dixon just wants this to stay clean and green for one more time around. He's looking for the points title, and off of corner number 4, he's got it! Kai Dixon, your Sportsman champion and winner tonight at Skagit Speedway.
Right down to the line, Ostrom held off Jacobson. That was a really good run. Ostrom rolling the bottom, and Jacobson tried to drive it around him on the outside, but great race there for the 3rd spot.
Hillier finishes his Sportsman year in 2nd. Ostrom, Jacobson, and Alaska Mike picking up a top 5 tonight in the Sportsman sprints. Let's give you your unofficial finish. Kai Dixon, your winner. He led all 25 laps tonight. Levi Hillier 2nd and Alden Ostrom 3rd. Justin Jacobson 4, Mike Brown 5, Kira Zilstra 6, Dustin Gehring 7, Steve Parker 8, Brian Holmqvist 9, and Tanner Merritt 10. Caleb Rook 11, Roy Blumenhagen 12, Macy Logston 13th in her Skagit debut, Ashley Johnson 14, Ryan Kettenberg, 15. Zan Miller, 16. Jaden Whitney, 17. Brett McGuy, 18. Tony Bundy, Brody Ferguson, and Ronnie Cox. Your unofficial finish tonight here at Skagit Speedway. Let's let you know Kids Club winners tonight. Carter Alred, Cooper Taylor, Ben Vanderhook, Dalton Ellis, Christian Nelson, Hunter Holden, Grayson Working, Nate Vanderhook, Ethan Scott, Lincoln Seipel, Alex Billieu, Braxton Taylor, Brooke Nichols, Lexi Jones, Mason Anderson, Olivia Naylor, Lanya Hong, Minnie Comstock, Olivia Grammer, Abigail Berlin, Melody Hughes, Asher Riles, Skylar Helmstetter, and Aubrey Holmqvist. You're the winner tonight at the Kids Club at Skagit Speedway. We've also got some birthdays and anniversaries to do tonight. Happy 50th birthday to Donna I think that's Stravisser, or maybe Strausser from the Rasmussens and the Rhodes. Nathan Haley, happy 17th birthday. Sam and Hannah, congrats on the baby from Mike and Angela. Happy 31st birthday, Sam Ardebeck. And a happy 15th birthday to Olivia from Mom, Dad, and Jack. Don Mitchell, happy birthday today. Push Truck Crew giving you a big hearty happy B-Day. As we roll the Hornets to the racetrack, they're getting 20 tonight. 20-lap A main event for the 20 cars we have here for the Hornets. They'll roll from the pit area. Out front, Colin Sims with Brian Michelson joining him on the front row. That's the 15 and the 22X. Row number 2, the 17 of Wyatt Covert, and the 71 of Raven Skagrud. Row number 3, the 22 of Scott Henry, and the 25 truck of David Dykstra. Row 4, your new track record holder, the 007 of Mike Guffey, and the Battle Wagon, the V8 of Steve Peters. Jeff Woolsey in the 52 starts 90, and Buck the 16D starts 10. Kobe Powers is the 13 truck starting 11th, and Tazio Andreasen, the 39 car, starts 12th. 13th, the 03 of Howard Voss. 14th, Robert Hayes in the 40. 15th, Dave Hill in the 360. And 16th, Dan O'Keefe in the 4 truck. Leanne King is the 66X. She starts 17th. Braxton Hausman, 18th in the 10K. And Cameron Laverne, the 4C truck, starts 19th. So one scratch from your lineup as we are ready to go on championship night. Happy birthday, Corbin spelled T-R-E, Treats, Treats, penmanship optional. My cousin, Corbin Treats, happy birthday to cousin Corbin. Well done, Cole, thank you. As we're ready to crown the Hornet champion of the world here in 20 laps.
Sims, Michelson, Covert, and Skagrud. Henry, Dykstra, Guffey, Peters. Out of corner number 4, we're green on the Hornet A main event.
Colin Sims started out the year like a house of fire. Hasn't been the way he wanted to finish the season, but he's going door panel to door panel with Brian Michelson early for this feature lead. Michelson, Sims into that turn. Almost too close to call, but give it to Michelson at the very end there. Just a nose ahead. Transponder loop confirms it. Michelson and Sims, Covert and Skagrud with the Battle Wagon already up to 5th and the new track record holder following him.
Interesting watching a lot of these guys navigate the roughness of turn 4. We didn't see it much with the sprint cars, but these guys, man, they're bouncing around all over the place. I saw with David Dykstra, especially in his truck.
as the race for the lead. Man, Michelson just sticking it right to the outside of Sims in the 15 car. As we've got a yellow, there's a car sideways on the back straightaway. Looks like the 39 of Andreasen. Andreasen sideways in that bright yellow 39 car under the Coors Banquet sign.
And that's a different car for Andreasen, or at least different paint on the car. Is usually it's a little bit more colorful. Now, if they threw that caution in front of the race leader, that's going to put Michelson back up in the top spot, even though Sims had made the pass.
Yeah, you see the scoreboard back there, 22 and 15, so.
Split yellow program at Skagit Speedway. If the leader had crossed, that lap could be considered complete, and it would credit all the drivers who had crossed the transponder loop before the caution came out. But I think given all things timing, I believe, and especially considering that they're showing two, Michelson's going to get that top spot back. Well, lineup's yet to be adjusted as far as the running order on the track goes. And there it is, spoken into existence. Sims disagrees, but scoring is never wrong.
It's probably the hardest job at this whole place is scoring. I would never, never ever want to do that. You see this race, they're like 4 wide through the corner.
Right.
I don't want to decide who's where.
Underappreciated job. Last call, by the way, 50-50 raffle ticket sales. 50-50 is all done. Last call for it. There we go. Michelson and Sims. Covert 17, Skagit 71. And then the 2 action cars, the V8 of Peters and the 007 of Guffey. As we go Delaware style on our restart, 2x2 in behind your leader. Sims got his choice of high-low. He'll go low as we will turn the lights out in the CarMart USA pace truck.
Michelson leaving that bottom line open for Sims. It'll be interesting to watch this.
We'll watch and see how hard he turns down track here. And right at that corner exit, he's got down just half a line. Enough to block the run of Sims until they get to the apex of 2. Colin takes a quick look down low. He's going to follow Brian into the corner. As we come to restart, Michelson leads on lap 3. Sims and Covert, your top 3. And Sims still putting all the pressure on Michelson. Guffey and Peters have moved to 4th. We got one into the wall. It's Buck in the 16. Not really picking the pace back up. Caution. So on the restart, Guffey and Peters got a spot, and then they traded positions. So now they'll be in a row next to each other as car that had smacked the wall was Ian Buck's 16, and
Looks
Ian
like he's going to be
off
done.
racetrack, right into the middle of the pit area. So as soon as the lineup's correct, they'll double up in behind your leader. Top 5 looking just a hair different after 3 laps now. 17 to go. Michelson, Sims, Covert. It's Peters and then Guffey. as of the conclusion of that third lap. So Peters is going to be tucked in down low. Guffey will be up high here in the restart. Lights out. Michelson again with a restart. And Sims, boy, is it just me or does he look antsy sitting there?
Sims is like ready to go.
Yeah.
He's ready to try to maybe jump the restart or something, but he's like...
Push that gas pedal literally through the floorboard. Michelson does something very similar to what he did last time and actually...
Slow restart.
Yeah, brings it to green and ends up with a lot more position than he had before.
4 wide in turn number 2. Holy cow, we've got a whole cluster of cars racing there down the back straightaway into turn 3.
Settle down, boys and girls. Covert got way wide in the corner. 3 wide down the front straightaway. Guffey has to lift to avoid getting smushed in between Peters and Covert. Peters now has third. Guffey hits the nitrous boost and comes right up next to Peters to take third away.
Huge run down the back straightaway. That was not something we see very often in Hornet racing, so a lot of speed in the 007.
Whatever they have figured out on his car, it is absolutely flying.
Oh, Michelson sideways.
Yeah, Michelson got sideways. Sims coming after him. It still belongs to Michelson, but Colin Sims has got a lane. He'll try to poke his way through. Now Guffey getting in there. Coming up on slower traffic. Putting the foot wedge in, and your new leader is Mike Guffey after 7 laps.
Michelson just, we got a car around in turn number 4 here, the 360, and some debris up in the middle of the corner as well. Man, Brian's got to be kicking himself. He got so sideways over in the middle of 3 and 4 and allowed both Sims and Guffey to just reel him in.
Bumper cover or something strewn out in the middle of the third corner. So Michelson leads laps 1 through 6, and split yellow benefits Mike Guffey there, who now on lap number 7 takes over the top spot. Your new track record holder. Speed to spare for him. We'll have 13 laps to go when we go back to green.
And now you've got Michelson in more of a defensive position. Had been leading up to this point so far, trying to run away with his championship, but he just wants to win the race. He's got to figure out how to get back by Guffey now.
You look at it, and Guffey, as fast as he was, he had such a huge advantage in time trials. If this racetrack hasn't vastly changed, you would think that he's going to be set up pretty well to go the rest of the distance here. Fastest lap of the race for him is a 17.4, so 0.3 off what he set the new track record on. And nobody else has been faster than 17.7. So track slowed a little bit for the Hornets, but Guffey has retained that speed advantage that he had earlier on in the evening.
I don't know that it matters quite as much for the Hornets as it does the sprint cars, but the sun goes down here, and this material on the track, the moisture comes back up, and at least for most of the cars here, it gets more grip and you can get more speed. So
for the Hornets, so long as it's grip and not wet, it's fine.
Yeah,
I
like
remember,
sloppy.
It's been, I'm going to say 15 years now, maybe even a little bit longer since I drove a Hornet on the track here at Skagit Speedway. Yes, I did.
What? I knew you
07,
raced a midget,
well,
but not a...
05, 06, 07, I played a little bit. And the problem is if the track, you wanted it to be drier. these cars picked up and
Harder.
handled better on the hard and very dry, as opposed to the, wet. There's actually something kind of sticky there at this point in time, because they're just DOT tires.
I was going to say, they're the narrow tires
Yeah.
that you really don't want it to
They're
be soft,
stuff
probably.
that you go down to Les Schwab and buy, right? And put onto the Hornet. They're not a race tire in particular. So you think about it, when the racetrack's wet, it's like driving in wet weather conditions.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily contour and grip as much. So the drier, the slicker that it would be for like your open wheel divisions, the better for these guys, because it's actually easier to grip up and drive through.
Caleb, your experience in a Hornet, I had no idea.
Well, we don't talk about it much because I ran almost
We don't.
last
You
a
don't
lot.
talk. I learned something new today.
You're welcome. 13 to go for Guffey, Michelson, and Sims. Boy, Colin's still looking
He is ready
primed
to go.
and ready to be a throttle masher here, as he is right on that rear bumper cover of Mike Guffey. Michelson to the inside, looking to retake the lead. Mike
Slow
Guffey
pace.
just picked it up. Back to green flag.
Slow pace on that restart helps Guffey get a little bit of a jump off of corner 4.
Steve Peters is going to duck to the inside of Colin Sims, leaning on each other through the middle of that turn. And ahead goes Peters. Look out. Howard Voss coming from deep in this field has
Sims.
worked his way up to about 6 now, as the 15 might be a hair off the pace.
Something's wrong with that 15 car. He was right up and ready to go, and he just lost a ton of speed. It doesn't seem to have the same pounce as it did before.
Now it's Voss and Woolsey almost making a Sims sandwich. In and through the corner, almost 3 wide. Give the position to Voss as he'll sneak up into the top 5. There's Sims trying to get it back through the middle. Woolsey is taking the mighty Miata up to the high reach portion of the racetrack.
His bumper's about to go flying away, too.
You really
Fun to
don't
watch.
see Hornets all the way up there all that often, but
He's ripping it, man.
yeah,
Tops up
Woolsey's
here, baby.
He's making this work. Watch the 52 car. He's got Robert Hayes, the Subaru, down underneath him, trying to dig for a spot. But yeah, that rear bumper cover on the Woolsey car is not long for this race. Hopefully it sheds off in a place where we don't have to stop it and go get it.
Yeah, we hope.
Or stays just attached long enough, as we're over halfway.
Guffey's
11 down,
over yellow.
9 to go, and bye-bye bumper cover.
Yep, turn
Hello, yellow flag.
I see it over there. And oh, it just got run over by the truck. That was good. See the side-by-side going out to pick that up. That doesn't look like it's from the Miata.
Up.
Does it?
Maybe somebody else lost one.
There's no... This is a no-contact class, Caleb. Come on now.
Okay. So we got to 11 complete. We've got 9 to go. And up to recover the bumper cover.
37 I see on there. Maybe it's borrowed. Borrowed parts. You can't hurt borrowed parts.
So you say. Well, field will get back into place. Mike Guffey was streaking away. Michelson was having a nice run in second with a lot of distance between them as they... Randy Frank, our camera guy, is looking for red cars that might have lost fenders or bumper covers or rail strips. I think Robert Hayes is okay.
Yeah, I don't. Unless it was one of those cars that got repainted this week.
Either way,
What's
rear bumper cover not required to continue main
There's
event
that.
racing.
Is that, no, that's meant to be
William
that way.
Zotnik's 33.
Could be some up here. I see some dangly parts.
Dangly parts.
Oh boy.
You said it. 11 in, 9 to go. And we go single file this time as we come back to green. So single file the rest of this race. There goes Michelson. He had a look to the inside of Guffey, but Guffey picked up the pace and begins driving away once again. Can Peters in the battle wagon do something? Coming up on the tail end of Michelson. Peeks to the outside, but can't make the pass. Now drives back downhill through 2. Sneaking up on the back bumper of Brian, your class champion, and we've got a 2-car mess in turn 2.
Oh, the
That's
Miata.
Sims and the 52 of Woolsey.
Sims, we saw, 5-6 laps ago, just way off the pace from what he had been running earlier in the race. So something, I don't know if it was power-wise maybe went wrong, or maybe more parts on the car handling bolt-on stuff, but hard to say.
Well, look at the new aerodynamics on the back of Woolsey's car. Is not only is the left side of that rear bumper cover falling off, but the right side as well.
Oh yeah, the whole middle section just kind of fell out.
Into the great wide open. Well, reset. Guffey, Michelson, Peters, Wyatt Covert, Howard Vosch going to be your top 5. It'll be a single file restart. Drivers being told on the receiver radio, clean it up. We need to get this one done and in the books. Tazio Andreasen might have a flat tire on the yellow 39. They're saying it might be on the front. Let's take a look at it. Right front looked okay, but it might be left front. Maybe just low air on it. Hausman's 10K is pulled into the center. Second look at Andreasen exiting turn 2. Tough to say. Maybe underinflated, but one more look at the creative rear bumper cover now on Woolsey, and Sims going to continue as well in the 15.
8 laps left to make this official. Mike Guffey will lead them back down. Brian Michelson, VA to Steve Peters running 3rd. Guffey brings him back to green.
Nice restart from Peters. Down on the inside again, threatening Michelson. Got up to the door panel with the nose.
Oh, Michelson!
Kicks the tire off. It's going to bounce off the wall. Just got that car too far around, and it's like the stress of trying to make that sharp of a corner kicks the tire off into Never Never Land.
That was crazy to watch. He'd gone into that corner a few times like that, but that time it just loaded over. You can see on the big screen.
And it flattened the right front in the process.
You can see that tire is completely gone. It's over in the top of turn number 4, but you saw some sparks fly out of there, and the whole thing just loaded over on the right side. Check out the big screen TV there.
I'd let him keep running.
Oh.
So Michelson, who had led the early point of this race and is looking for his 2nd straight track title, now goes off. And his tire just hanging out. Hey, guys, thanks. Let's go.
Yeah, the tire's not flat. Like you can see, it's I don't know what broke, but man, that whole thing's just floating all around there on the track.
You pull up the point standings real quick in that Hornet division. I'm not 100% sure how sealed up that was or was not.
I think it was fairly sealed, but I see, almost, 89 points he was safe.
89 points is not make-upable in one night, so Michelson's championship aspirations continue.
Not the way you want to go out and have to spend your hibernation wintertime, but...
And at the same time, champion, he was our Hornet Nationals champion for the 2nd time in the row, the first guy to do that. So, been a good year for him, just going to end on a slightly down note, it looks like. We're turning the lights out, so Michelson will not get a chance to rejoin.
almost looks like a whole different race up front, Caleb. These are 4 completely different cars, 5 completely different cars than what we saw at the start of this race, really.
And your scramble cars have,
Besides Covert.
yeah, they've ducked out of that battle up front, although Skagit is recovering to run 5th. He had faded way back early and is now kind of picking back up. As Duffy takes the green. Following him into 1, it's Peters. Then Covert, Voss, just a hair squirrely in the corner. And Skagit, your top 5. You can kind of see the shine off the lights in the back straightaway, Justin. We are starting to see a little bit of slick develop. The Hornets don't wear the racetrack out. They're typically thought of as helping to recover it and bring moisture back up. At the same time, there's only so much they can do. Is race for 4th.
Oh, we got
Skagit,
more debris in turn 3, yeah.
More
We'll see if the yellow comes out. Yeah, I see them, body panels and stuff.
Well, so far so good.
Yeah, just go low to avoid it.
And
No, now yellow's out, okay.
caution comes.
Now the 39 of Andreasen up in smoke here on the front straightaway. Peels down to the berm. Skagit Speedway safety crew making their way over to that 39 car. You can see the trail of fluid through corner 3 and 4 down the front straightaway that the 39 of Andreasen left. As we're trying to wrap up the last 6 laps of this Hornet season finale, we've got that trail of fluid there through corners 3 and 4.
So we understand we may be going to green-white checkered finish conditions here on this next restart. .360 feature getting ready to roll. Green-white checkered supposedly coming here in the Hornets. And in between this Hornet feature and the 360 main, we will call your 50-50 raffle winner. All right, Justin, we are getting ready to finish this off. Guffey looking for a win on championship night. Michelson will be the champ. Peters, Covert, Skagit back to 4th. Voss is 5th, and Dykstra, who is a scramble truck, is trying to climb back into the top 5 here by the end of it as well. Lot of fluid right here down in front of the Race for Research banner on the front straightaway.
And continues down the front straightaway to where Andreasen stopped there. So see if it becomes a factor.
Scan that QR code next to the Race for Research sign on that front straightaway to learn more about it. As coming off the corner, now with a little added moisture, we're green.
You notice everybody started up above it, so they didn't have to spin their tires through it there.
Robert Hayes went right through it. He thought that looked like fun.
Yeah, sideways, kick it sideways.
Guffey is looking for the whites. Justin's got it in hand. And she's in the air. 1 to go for Mike Guffey. Great finish to the season for him. As the 007 came out, found all kinds of speed, picked up his first feature win. And down the back straightaway for the final time. Mike Guffey wins on season championship night. Congratulations to him. Peters 2nd, Covert 3rd, Skagit 4th, and Voss takes 5th.
down the front straightaway, your winner, the 007 Mike Guffey. Give him a hand.
Well, race fans, get out your 50-50 raffle tickets. Because tonight, the Skagit Quarter Midget Association raised a total of $3,996. Your cut will be $1,998. If you have got orange ticket 098-7686, that is 098-7686. It's an orange ticket. If you have it, you can go to the will call window. Again, 50-50 win for $1,998 for orange ticket 098-7686. You can go to the will call window and claim your prize here for our 50-50. Well, Justin, is Coke Zero the best Coke ever? It's a bold question, but it's got that irresistible taste to back it up. One thing's for sure, we've got an irresistible, tasty match like zero sugar and 0 calories. Something sensational is bound to happen. Too bad you can't taste with your ears, because this Coke Zero Sugar that I got here tastes amazing. It's hard to put into words, and that's my job. You'll have to take a taste for yourself. Available at the concession stand right now, Coke Zero Sugar. Next week, Survive the 55 for the Skagit Aggregates IMCA Modifieds. 2 nights of racing coming up. A great field anticipated. The Focus Midgets will be on the Friday night program. And 360 sprint cars on Saturday night. It's a non-points race for 360s. So it has no bearing on their championship main coming up. And again, as announced tonight, we are expecting attendance per his Facebook page from the High Side Tickler, Kyle Strickler. So, talented field coming out. Join us Friday and Saturday night next week for Survive the 55.
360 sprint cars making their way to the track for tonight's A feature. Trey Starks, your points leader, will start on the pole. Next to him, car number 21 from Arlington, Jesse Schlotfeld.
Row number 2, Robbie Price from Cobble Hill, British Columbia in the 21P. To his outside, it is the 33-year defending track champion, Colton Heath.
Starting in the 5th spot from Mill Creek, Washington in car 17, it is Cam Smith. Outside of him in the routine racing number 26, it's Levi Hillier.
4th row from the inside, out of Enum Claw, it's the 19 of Colby Thornhill, and to his outside from Ravensdale, Washington, car number 51, Dallas Melby.
Starting 9th on the field from Snohomish in car 91, that's Chase Getz. Outside of him starting 10th from Burlington, car 96, is Greg Hamilton.
Starting 11th on the night, the Shaylin Ray Motorsports 18 of Jason Solwald, and outside of him, Adam Monroe in the wing down driving experience, number 66, it's Tanner Holm.
Starting 13th on the field from Langley, BC, car number 77 is Levi Klatt. Outside of him from Mount Vernon, Bill Rood in car 33R.
Row number 8 on the inside, recent feature winner at Grays Harbor Raceway. In the 24, it's Jordy Meese, and to his outside, second of 3 features tonight for Alaska Mike Brown in the 1M out of Kenai, Alaska.
Starting 17th from Olympia in car 5D, it'll be Destry Miller. Outside of Destry from Renton, car 15, Jeff Dunlap.
Row number 10 to the inside from Carnation, Washington. It's the 29K of Levi Kuntz, and your 20th starter from Bellingham, the 10C of Colin Mackey.
Starting 21st on the field from Everson in car number 10, the Lemley family racing car, it's Peyton Drake. Outside of Peyton, car 51Z from Monroe, Kira Zilstra.
Final row, double duty tonight for the driver of the 0. It's Ashley Johnson. And outside of her, our 24th and final starter from Lewiston, Idaho, the 95 of Dan Reynolds. 24 cars, 25 laps, $3,000 on the line for the winner tonight for the 360 sprint cars. And the points championship is not completely out of touch for your race leader, Trey Starks. I think if everything breaks correctly, we might end up having a tie up top if Jesse Schlottfeld wins and Starks finishes dead last. We'll do the math as this goes on, but we know all it's going to take is a few dropouts and Starks not finishing in the last position to pick up that feature, to pick up the drivers and owners title here for the 360s. Cars at speed, getting a warm-up lap in as we are just about ready to go. "25 times around for the 360 sprint cars. Trey Starks and Jesse Schlottfeld, Robbie Price and Colton Heath, Cam Smith and Levi Hillier, your first three rows for the final 360 points main of the year. They will be on the card for the Survive the 55 Saturday night next weekend here at Skagit Speedway. Put 25 laps on the ticker. Starks looking to finish out an incredible year, which saw him pick up a high-limit racing win here at Skagit Speedway about 3 weeks ago. Summer Nationals victory with a chance to do even more later tonight to secure the owner's title for the 410s. Starks, Schlottfeld, Price, and Heath with an incredibly big and talented field in behind them. Settling in through three, they'll pick up the throttle, coming to the white stripe, off the four, and we're underway.
Oh, we got cars together.
This one's coming back right away. Peyton Drake, problems on the 10 and the 24 of Jordy Meese.
Oh, we got one upside down in turn two. I think that's the 51 of Dallas Melby.
Sure looks like it. Melby upside down underneath the Napa Auto Parts sign. Safety crew running that direction. So problems on multiple ends of Skagit Speedway. Push truck in behind the 24 of Meese. Tow truck coming to the 10 of Drake. And driver coming out of the 51 of the back straightaway. Give him a hand. Dallas Melby, what a wreck back there.
Got a lot of air when he was flipping through the air. Didn't see how it started, but that whole start was a mess.
Well, Dallas gonna walk on his own race car to come up and down. Pulled the tire off the left rear. Knocked the top wing straight off. And that's gonna be a long, lonely walk back to the pit area for Dallas. Meese in the 24 has gone to the work area. You can see the front pick on the Drake car. And we'll see where they take him. Thought I had heard he had requested the work area as well.
Such a bummer for Dallas. Like, he had a really, really good qualifying. Like, he was starting 7th or 8th here tonight.
Outside road.
And doesn't even get a lap in the A main. And you say that's racing. It happens sometimes, but he's stopping to talk to Hamilton there on the back straightaway.
You can see Greg pop the visor, and here's Melby, and boy, that's animated.
Oh yeah, not happy. Of course, not fair of us to speculate at all what actually happened over there, because there's so much happening so quickly, especially on the start of the races when you've got 24 cars all piling into one corner. The yellows coming out at the same time because we had the issue here in turn 4. There's so much going on.
I'm willing to speculate that they weren't trading Christmas present ideas, of which, if you head to the Skagit Speedway souvenir stand, you can certainly pick yourself up something for Christmas upcoming if you want to gift your loved ones with some Skagit Speedway apparel, hoodie, a t-shirt, a hat. Tell you what, Skagit Speedway beanies are awfully nice. All available at the Skagit Speedway souvenir stand, which will be staying open late tonight. So if you want to go visit the pit area for a little while, see your favorite driver, and then come out with some Skagit Speedway swag after, souvenir stand will be open to accommodate you.
Looks like the 10 of Peyton Drake, they got that car back to the work area. So Meese and Drake both back there now. I would expect them to be able to make it back. They've got the 51 Melby's car picked now to get off the track. But, I mean, we still got to get everybody back refired and then everybody back in order, too. So, depending on what's all broken back there on those cars, I think Drake had some steering. Man, God, look at the zoomed-in shot on that 51 car. Tail tanks off it.
Top wing is barely hanging on by,
I
don't know what.
And this, too, this is coming 2 weeks after he had that huge wreck in turn 1. Just destroyed a ton of stuff, and now here's this again. It's just, as is racing, right?
Yep.
But it's so tough to see this happen week after. Man, look at that. The whole front end, shocks, blown out, arms, bars.
So Drake's 10 and Meese's 24, both in the work area. Meese had been chasing mechanical gremlins since right after Dirt Cup, basically. And finally, I think they got a hold of it to the point where the race car won its last time out down at Grays Harbor Raceway. It ended up being in the fuel system that they found where the car was having problems. So got that fixed. He's had a night up until now where the car ran finally better than what it had been for a long time, and now he's got to go repair stuff on the front end of the 24 car. Drake now 3 races into his wing sprint car career at Skagit Speedway after jumping into a 1200 at Deming Speedway this last year, running for Uncle Brock Lemley, the Lemley family racing machine, and speculating something on the front end of it as well.
Yeah, it just didn't really seem like he had any steering. Still had brakes. He was able to stop before he ran into the infield kind of wall barriers there, but sure didn't seem like he had any sort of control over the steering. So remember too, Caleb, I don't know coming into tonight where Mies was in points for that Summer Challenge series for our 360 sprint cars, but the last I saw he was up there at least in the top 10, but
And
this will definitely have an effect on that
and
too.
those points will be calculated and declared tonight, as this is the 6th and final race of the Summer Challenge series between Grays Harbor Raceway and Skagit Speedway. So that'll affect Jordy if he can't make it back out. As it is, last couple of looks up in turn number 2 to see if the debris is done, anything else needs cleaned up, and anticipating track to go caution flag style here in just a second or two.
I'd have to think they're just making sure there's no fuel spilled over there, because with that tank coming off, like, I mean, this was the first corner of the race. They had that thing packed with fuel. You know they did. So, yeah, it looks like they're just trying to get.
There's a divot.
There's a
kind of
big
thing. And as
divot.
hard as Dallas
Holy.
flipped, yeah, he took a chunk out of it. So I don't know if they're going to just try to get clay back into place, run it over a couple of times, and call it good.
They're asking
But-
that tow truck to
Yep.
maybe just roll over it a couple times.
Jeff Jackson in the gray sweatshirt, Peter Murphy in black. They will munch.
Man, you can see that will absolutely affect your car. Like, you get to the middle of 1 and 2, you kind of want your car to squat and drive straight off. You do not want to hit that thing in an angle. You'd have to be pretty sideways for that to probably affect you. But going across it,
I'm really hoping that what you just said isn't prophetic and that nobody else.
oh no, it's a theoretical.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a little more work over there in 2, and we will be ready to cut them back loose. After the 410 main event, we will do trophy ceremonies for the 5 winners, and it's the race winners only who will do trophy ceremonies, and then we will be into fireworks. If you do need some ear protection for the kiddos, that is available at the souvenir stand, and I believe North Concession has earplugs as well. So if the boom booms might be a little bit too loud for you, remember we do have ear protection available.
Saw our friends from Noisy Jobs out at the front gate this evening.
Yep.
So
Big
I
thank-
think, as far as I know, they've got their little giveaways going on out there every time they're here. So
Gotta
glad to
thank-
have them here.
Got to thank Skagit Aggregates for coming out displaying tonight ahead of the Skagit Aggregates IMCA Modified Survive the 55 next weekend. They were doing a drawing for $2,500 and something tonight. Pretty cool giveaway.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, one more time, we got to thank our friends from Car-Mart. Car-Mart here tonight, the employees thereof. We also had Chad Fisher Construction in the house and Lowe's Truss, all celebrating with their employees tonight at Skagit Speedway. Thank all of them for being here. Justin, both you and I hearing that they are calling for 2 push trucks outside, so Mies and Drake have gotten repairs completed, and they'll rejoin at the back of the field.
And for Drake, it's less of a blow than it is for Mies. Mies was starting 15th here in this feature, and Drake was slated to start 21st. So definitely something going on there in the back half of the field. I saw just the quick glimpse I saw. It looked like there were cars up, that had the nose off the ground and stuff, and it pretty crazy looking just in the glimpse that I saw. But yeah, unfortunate end of the night for Dallas Melby there with his flip in turn number 2.
Well, Trey Starks, your pole sitter, working his way back up to the front of the field. Gallup Washington driver who has accumulated so many accolades over the years, including but not limited to, he was the National 360 Rookie of the Year in his debut season.
If you go down to the pits and see this top wing that's on this car, there's like 600 races on that thing. I was down in Elmo with them and they had it there, and like the panel is so caved in on the right side. I'm like, oh my God, it's been through war like 3 times.
It's still effective though.
Oh, maybe more effective. Hard to say. Good for him. Good for him that that wing has lasted that long.
Yes,
because that does not happen all the time.
Starks was the Mitch Smith Memorial winner at PA Speedway. Now, this is probably about 8 years ago, maybe 7, which was the big $10,000 to win PA Speedway conclusion.
Yeah, he has a ton of
drivers
experience
there between the posse and some of the All-Stars used to come out and contest that. And a prelim winner at the Knoxville 410 Nationals as well. So now a 2-time Kubota High Limit Racing Series winner.
I love that, how they were like, the High Limit Series comes out here and I think kind of expected to just stomp on everybody, and then Trey's like, nope, gets the win at Elma, gets the win on the prelim night here. That was so awesome. That was awesome to see.
Certainly set down precedents that you can't come into the Northwest and just expect to take our money away. So well done, Trey, representing all of us. Had a good Friday night show going as well until the rear end let loose, as he was trending to be a top in points guy, lock in for first few rows of Saturday's show, and unfortunately didn't quite work out in his favor.
Getting the chalk line put back down in corner number 4, get the field crossed back up. Trey Starks and Jesse Schlotfeld, they'll re-rack them. As Robbie Price and Colton Heath in row 2, Cam Smith and Levi Hillier in row number 3, Colby Thornhill, Chase Getz, Greg Hamilton, Jason Sowald, Tanner Holm, Levi Klatt will bring us back to green. 25 laps for our 360 Sprint Car A feature. We're set to bring him back.
Starks, Schlotfeld, second try at getting the 360 main up and going. Good start for Jesse Schlotfeld coming off the corner. Way better for everybody else getting through turn number 4. They'll skip turns 1 and 2.
Schlotfeld's going to duck away with the lead here, and he's going to lead lap number 1. He got the jump on Trey that time.
If it sticks, it does not.
Oh, man.
That's Kira Zylstra and the Tim Martin 51 car who's facing the infield.
Oh, man.
And we'll get a third start at this one, but you're right. Schlotfeld's got to be heartbroken as he got the run on Starks, had that lead, and just needed one more car to get past the transponder loop. Unfortunately, that car stalled out in turn 2, and it was Zylstra.
As somebody who's had to race Trey Starks, there was a race earlier this year that we had like 3 or 4 restarts, and I had Trey to the outside of me. And like, you know the experience he has, and you know you have to beat him to the corner, because if he gets clean air, he's going to be gone. And that is the absolute last thing Jesse wanted to see. I see a lap 1 on the board, but I don't know.
Well, we'll see if it sticks. Well, we'll wait and see if we're assuming the double up signal will come.
So it sounds
Scoring has affirmed complete restart here. Drivers will 2x2 again. Maybe third time's charm. That's what the saying. That's how the saying goes.
I was gonna say it. I didn't want to jinx it. We're seeing, so when I watched that last restart a little closer, you've got guys back there in the 10th or so spot that are, or 9th, the inside row, that are getting down on that berm, and it kind of shoots them back up the track, which is kind of making that cluster out of corner number 4.
Well, hopefully everybody behaves this time. We do not have a lap complete. This is a complete restart. 0 laps down. Rolling back to green. It's a better start for Starks this time. Up to the corner, and Jordy Neese is off the pace in the front straightaway.
Hoping Neese can make it back to the infield as we've got a race down the back straightaway. For the 4th spot is, we're going to go yellow.
Well, everybody comes through incident-free other than Neese. And you saw that car as it came out to... came up to speed, and it just shook itself down the front straightaway.
Very uncharacteristic of this class to have so many starts.
I also don't know if Neese was charged with the initial yellow on that first, so that might be it for Jordy. That might be a deuce. I'll go check with scoring and see how that goes, but if that's 2, Neese's night is done without a lap complete.
Schlopfelt definitely going to be happy that that start is going to come back, though, because Trey got a really good jump on him down the front straightaway out of 4. So letting guys definitely try some different stuff, because the only thing negative with that is that you're showing the other guys your cards of, oh, this is going to work better for me. This isn't. This, this, that, and the other thing, and
Scoring
showing what you can do.
Scoring confirms 2 charged cautions to Neese. His race is over.
That doesn't affect Jordy for Skagit Speedway season points, but that will affect him for the Summer Challenge Series for the 360 sprint cars. Like Caleb mentioned, it was the races between Grays Harbor and Skagit here. Only a select few, I think there were 6 total, with a separate points fund and prize money and things going to those drivers in the top 10 in points for that series.
If we get time, we'll let you know who the prospective winner of that is going to be after this all shakes down.
Lots to decide still.
A lot of laps still to go.
25.
And Levi Kuntz stops in the front straightaway. That engine was not sounding super healthy. We'll get the push truck out to him. Now, Kuntz, the yellow lights were still on. The rule, as I believe it's written, means if you're part of the accidents drawing the caution or causing the caution to come out, you are allowed time. But again, if it's terminal like a motor, like it may be for Kuntz, it wouldn't matter. But even if it is fixable, I believe, as not part of the caution that caused our race stoppage, you would get no time.
This is so frustrating as a driver, too, because, like, you were all hyped to come out here and go run the race and whatever. The first start, we go red, got to get rehyped. Then we go yellow, then we go yellow again. It's you're trying to refocus all that energy because you have all the adrenaline and everything going.
They were doubling up, and then we have to slow down, go single file for a second before doubling up again. That's a lot.
Pulling your belts down again and everything. It's like refocus and go.
Lights out. Doubled up, down the back straightaway. Let's get a lap in here. Just one. Preferably 25, but one gets us into single file and makes it instantly quicker to get restarts done.
Better start from Schlopfelt that time down into the first corner, but Starks is still going to have the advantage as Jason Solon scored through the middle of Getz and Hamilton down at the back straightaway into corner 3.
Starks will lead the very first lap. Can they all get through 3 and 4? they can. This race officially underway, but it's not going to stick there.
Oh!
Mackey gets upside down in turn number 1. I saw the whole thing as we go red, but we did get the lap complete. Mackey racing with Mike Brown and had tried to get down to the low side of turn number 1. Got to the apron, and when he got all 4 on the apron, it kicked the car around. He slid off the apron, and just a little side roll upside down to the current state of munched that you see in the corner. And there is our second red flag. Well, looks like Colin Mackey is out of the race car and walking away. Good news for Colin, who is a very talented young driver. He's got a bright future. Tonight, not his night. So the Mackey car, Colin, it's got Bill Lemley in the pit area on that car, is driving Fiscal Force in behind it. His dad, Dwayne, a.k.a. Pood. And unfortunately, up and on the hook on the last points night of the year here at Skagit Speedway for Colin. Hopefully they can get rebuilt, ready to go, and join us next Saturday night as the 360s will run with the Skagit Aggregates IMCA Modifieds at the Survive the 55. Saw the trophy for the Survive the 55 downstairs earlier today. That thing is a gigantic piece. Very cool.
Have you tried lifting it?
No. I'm going to let Mel Decker handle that.
It's so heavy.
Big thank you to Mel for putting the effort in and behind the Survive 55, helping us promote that event. Third straight year of it coming up. Year 1 won by John DeBenedetti. Year 2, Gray Ferrando took the victory. Had to combine 2 race nights into one last year on a Friday night. That's
right.
Was a interesting night. 10 heat races, I believe.
Oh,
total.
it was insane.
Yes. Plus running the sport division of the Sportsman sprint.
Oh, that's right.
B main and A main for the modifieds as well. It was crazy, but we got through her. Hopefully everything goes smoother. We don't have to battle Mother Nature next weekend. And Friday and Saturday, Survive the 55 here for the Skagit Aggregates IMCA Modifieds.
It's interesting seeing how much moisture is left in the track. Like, we had that zoomed in shot over there where that wreck just was. Of course, we're used to having dozens of heat races and stuff on the track by this point in the night, but there is a ton of moisture left. I know there's dust coming off of it, but there is still a ton of grip in that dirt. Still almost looks soft over, at least in corner 1 and 2, where we saw kind of all that chunked up dirt over there.
Yeah, you caught that while the push truck was running back and forth. I did too.
Yeah,
Look
still.
at that first corner, and yeah, there's a lot of sticky there, isn't there?
Well, and of course, there's all that huge chunk that Melby got when he flipped too. It's like that's not going to happen if it's hard and slick. So maybe, possibly catching some guys off guard. I did notice the 96 of Greg Hamilton. His wing is like as flat as I've seen a wing in a very long time. So that's normally what you would do. You have that wing a little bit flatter. When the track is heavier, you don't need quite as much downforce on the rear tires because there's already naturally so much moisture in the racetrack. So other guys not really taking that same approach, but they may have the wing further down in the back to try to keep that air kind of going flat across it instead of getting up on the wing and creating more downforce on the rear tires. The last thing you need is the front end to be lighter on a hooked up track like it is.
We'll watch and see how that call plays out for Hamilton. As the 96 currently sitting in front of the 91 of Chase Getz. We did get a lap in. It is Trey Starks out in front. Jesse Schlottfelt 2. Robbie Price in the 3rd spot. Cole Neath 4. And Colby Thornhill made a really aggressive move on the first lap. The row in front of him just kind of washed up and out of his way. He snuck up and took 5th. It's already +2 for Thornhill. And it's back straightaway restart time for the 360s.
Quick pace for Starks as he's going to lead him down into 3. Schlottfeld will follow him to the bottom. Schlottfeld looking for some grip off the corner, but Starks will lead him back on front straightaway.
It is Starks streaking away. 4th between Neath and Thornhill is being contested. Thornhill willing to put that left front up on the apron. He's going to sneak forward and take position 4. Here is a cross the transponder loop. Thornhill now will set sail so he can run down Price. He's not done with him though. Carrying his momentum around the middle and trying to run him down. It's the exit of the corner where Thornhill grabs that grip and drives away. Now he's in pursuit of Price. He's looking to shorten up the distance between 3rd and 2nd. Battle of the 21 cars coming up for 2nd place is Robbie Price, stalking Jesse Schlottfelt.
You see Colton go to the bottom there that last lap in turn 3 and 4 trying to get some grip where he saw Colby able to get it. So now you got Sowell trying to run the bottom too to get to the inside of Heath.
Your race leader already carving his way through slower traffic. It's pass on Alaska Mike. He's coming up on Silstra and Reynolds. And look out, things get hairy. But a definitive move to the inside of Reynolds to get by him in turn number 1 will make the pass. Now 3-lap cars between Trey Starks and Jesse Schlottfelt. Schlottfelt around Silstra. Having to deal now with Brown and Reynolds. And here's Price taking it for 2nd coming off of turn 2.
These lap cars are making it crazy for this race for 2nd because there's such a speed difference between them, and your leaders are just catching them so quick while racing for position.
It's allowed.
Oh, we got a car sideways on the back straightaway right in front of Schlottfelt. Luckily, Drake was able to grab the brake, and Jesse snuck by.
Wow, Peyton Drake, that could have been abundantly worse, not only for him, but for the field. Yellow flag for Peyton as now he'll let off the brake and creep down racetrack a little bit.
That was a huge moment. Starks was already past him, and he was sideways through most of that corner, probably from the BMR sign to where he's at now, and it was almost backed up the racetrack right in front of 2nd place running Jesse Schlottfelt.
Schlottfelt was in danger too. He had Price and Thornhill right on them in that battle through those slower cars. Thornhill had made a huge dent in that gap between himself and Robbie.
It's so hard because you're catching these lap cars at such a quick, the closing rate is just ridiculous.
When you
but
look
they're
at,
racing for position too.
You are, and you look at it, Zylstra was doing a good job of holding her line. Brown was up and around the top, and he seemed to stay consistent up there. Reynolds, though, had a couple of laps where that car just plowed on him and went from middle to top that had to make everybody kind of whoa up and go, ooh boy, look out.
Yeah, the last thing you want to have is a bunch of momentum, and then, you know, the car ahead of you cuts down or cuts up or does something you're not expecting them to do besides hold their line, and you then have to get out of the gas, maybe grab some brake, and it just kills all your momentum, especially when you know there's a guy on your bumper to try to pass for the 2nd spot or 3rd, wherever you're at.
Trey Starks, your leader. All the lap cars to the back again, and it's not going to take him long to get into them. Took about 5 laps-ish last time, maybe 4. as Jesse Schlotfeld 2, Robbie Price 3, Colby Thornhill 4, Colton Heath 5, Jason Solwald is 6, Cam Smith is 7, Levi Hillier is 8, Greg Hamilton is 9, and Chase Getz rounds out your top 10. $17 to go. Stark, Schlotfeld, Price, Thornhill, and Heath. Back straightaway restart coming. Lights out on the Car-Mart USA Jeep Gladiator.
The hard part for everybody else is, like, we saw Trey in lap traffic. He's able to point that car literally wherever he needs it to go. He was all the way up by the fence, diamonds it across. We'll see him do it again here on this restart.
On the restart, top 4 go to the low side. Heath, the first guy out of line there, kind of in the middle. Try that middle through 1 and 2. Making some gains on Thornhill. Trying to get through 3 and 4. Colby will hold him off. Race was back up and underway. Levi Hillier around in turn number 4. Car just kind of snapped and hooked on him coming off the corner as he was challenging the bottom with Solwald and Smith.
So yellow's out for the 26 of Hillier. I don't know what our lap count is, where we're at with fuel, but they won't go forever without getting refueled. So we'll see what race officials decide to do here on this yellow.
And they have just gotten the word. These cars are going to stop on the back straightaway. Crews are coming out to put fuel in here. Just a second. In fact, the word that had came down from officiating is open red is coming. So
Open red, okay. So not just a fuel stop. This is open red.
that was the terminology I heard. And you can see the crews priming right
Yeah, they're
there
ready.
at the turn 3 entrance.
Well, you've got to imagine some of these guys they're just not happy with their car, too tight, too loose, whatever it is, and so they want to get their crew there as quick as they can to try to talk to them and figure out what they need to do to be better for hopefully the entirety of this race that we get to go. So we should see here shortly all the cars will come to a stop on the back straightaway. Easiest access for most of these crews to get to their drivers. Sounds like next time by they will all roll to a stop. Leave some room for some push trucks, let them refuel their cars, and be ready to go again.
That chance for you guys, stand up and stretch, grab late dinner. Something warm from the concession stand sounds awfully good this time of the night.
Does Crumble still have cookies left?
I don't know, but if they do, we could make the run. As open red is coming. And the boss man just said it. There it is, red flag. Everybody fans out, rolls forward, trying to give himself enough room. Your guys at the back of the line want to squeeze up so their crew guys don't have to roll nearly as far forward.
You're going to see him come running out that pit gate where the cars push out here in just a second when that official puts their arms down.
Here they go.
Yeah.
They swarm.
You could play your car race music.
I'll stop playing them. Yeah.
So this is not just a fuel stop. This is an open red, so these guys can make adjustments to their cars. You can't change a tire. You could change spacing, I suppose, or do something different that way.
You can pull the tire off, change spacing, but you have to alert an official that you're pulling the tire off. So
Yeah,
that way you put the same tire back on.
Try to sneak a right rear tire away from one of these cars, I dare you.
And truly, at the same time, that is a frequent way that you'll adjust on the race car in the pit area. You'll see a spacing change just to keep up on the racetrack. If you expect it to slow down and slick off, you'll pull the right rear off, take some spacing out of it, snug up that right rear. I'm surprised we don't see more of that on open red, but it does take a jack, your wheel wrench,
I guess
your Zeus button tool for the right rear because you're going to have a mud cover on it and more.
The hard part with that, too, is that you've got to basically assume that your car's that bad, that your driver's going to be like, hey, we need to change the spacing or do whatever.
You haven't been in a position before where you're like, I'd love a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch out of the right rear on this?
No, I have. But see, here's the thing. They all get to the car, and nobody has anything we need to actually make that happen, right? We don't have the jack. We don't have it. So, just like you're saying, it's
carrying a jack
is what
out.
it is at that
those
point.
jacks aren't super light. Some of them are, but they're, it's a little bit of a burden to run all the way to the car with the jack. Heck, and sometimes you're going to need a jack stand as well, unless everybody's going to go 1, 2, 3 lift.
Right. True. Oh, you see the jack under there, under the 17 car of Cam Smith. He's got his helmet off talking to his crew. Absolutely getting that thing refueled, but obviously make some changes. It looks like they're on the right rear, so.
There are officials right out there. It's just strange because that left rear is hiked in the air as well.
I would think some of these guys are feeling too tight. I would think. Or they're on the flip side of it and they're wanting to get the car better for the end and they think the track's going to kind of go away. So.
And then sometimes you just got a big group of them standing around going, huh.
Hey, I saw Bailey Jean cleaning mud off his car. There's Barry and everybody on the 66 at Tanner Holm. Looks pretty basic there. Probably Barry just giving him a peck talk like, hey, you're only 9 laps into this race. Keep your head on straight and be clean. Because you've seen all the carnage so far. Half of it's just battle of attrition.
Now, at the flip side of that, there's only 16 to go. It's not a 30-lapper. So they don't have all day out there. It's hair over a third of the way done. So if your car's good on this, you got to go. You got to start putting some of those guys in your rear view. Klatt in the 77, helmet back on.
Yeah, they probably gave him some sort of quick 2-minute, hey, hurry up and get your stuff done because we're moving on.
Well, the crews need to start wrapping it up. They're going to hear the 1-minute horn coming up in a bit. You get a look at the Grays Harbor Track champion, Destry Miller, and the 33 of Bill Rude, the former Sportsman Sprint Car champion. Jeff Dunlap with us tonight out of Renton, the ATEC-sponsored 15. And this is feature 2 of 3 for Alaska Mike tonight. He's got the 410 to come up. He's already run the Sportsman main.
There's Dan. I saw some of my guys out there.
All we needed to do was find Mike a Hornet and modified ride.
Don't,
and we could have.
Don't even
Don't do it? He might.
He would do all 5.
Johnson family working on the 0. Lemley family done working on the 10. Kira Zylstra running Tim Martin's 51 tonight. Levi Hillier going to the back of the pack. He was the cause of the caution. So a long way to run for the Ridian Racing car. And then look, most underappreciated guys in racing, the push trucks.
Very true.
One of those crew members totally taking a selfie as he walked off the racetrack. I saw that.
I saw that too.
We know who that was, that we can shame him?
I think that was Connor, who's on Jesse Schlotfeld's crew.
Okay.
So
Shame.
shame on Connor on Jesse Schlotfeld's crew. It's funny, like when you see yourself on the big screen at a NFL game or whatever, he's like, hey, there's me, Mom. This is where I'm actually at.
I'm famous now.
Yeah.
Well, push truck's getting everybody fired back off. We'll have 16 to go when we get back to action here in the 360 main. Well, thank you, fans, for sticking with us. We've got 2 more features to go. We'll try to get them done in expedited fashion for you guys. And then into the fireworks show here at Skagit Speedway.
You can definitely tell it's fall weather. Everybody's bundled up with their hoods on and coats and...
I mean, we're in Western Washington. We wear hoodies in June.
That's hoodies and jeans. That's my primary clothes there.
That's the thing.
Hoodies, jeans, dust goggles, racetrack essentials. Let's go.
And something to drink. With a little dust in it.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
That's the thing now, though, that they don't pour the kegs. They've got it all canned or bottled. So the opening you can kind of cover a little easier. Your dust beer doesn't, dirt beer, whatever you call it, doesn't get quite as contaminated.
The dirt's nutritious and helps with digestion.
It's fiber.
Heart health.
Excellent.
Cholesterol and more. It's like a multivitamin.
I just get nachos and it's like pepper, you know.
Good enough.
What are you going to do?
Starks out in front. Schlotfeld behind him is anticipating the next time by. We'll have lights out. Officiating crew making sure everybody's in their right spots.
Lights are out on the Car-Mart USA Pace Truck. We're going back green. On the back straightaway, the blue restart zone. Trey Starks will lead Jesse Schlotfeld, Robbie Price, Colby Thornhill, and Colton Heath, with Jason Sowald in tow with the rest of the field.
Starks went early last time, goes right about the middle, and has a nice little pad over Schlotfeld as the cars come back to life. Sowald getting to the inside of Thornhill. Thornhill slams the door into one. Now it's Heath driving around the outside of him and coming after Price for third.
We almost had a 3-wide moment there. Colby is tight on the bottom of 3 and 4. That allowed Heath to get around the outside, and then everybody else trying to get by there. He is so tight on the bottom.
Starks has got a lot of pad between himself and Schlotfeld. A lot of room to run as the field starting to sort themselves out. Right Hillier's on the move, starting to climb his way back forward. He's got a car right in front of him. It's Drake. Nose in and together, and the 360 rule at Skagit Speedway comes into effect. That came into effect here within the last bit of time. If a car spins a 360, the caution is coming out.
That's Drake's second time having an issue over there in corner number 2. So something maybe just trying to get a handle on that car. I figured they might do something with the car there under the open red, but definitely having some trouble getting through that corner.
Well, and here's the thing. That'll be 2, I believe, on Peyton, depending on how the rules written.
Yeah.
What I don't remember about the 360 spin rule is if that charges that car with a caution. If it did, that's his second, and he is done.
He's not acting like it did, so... Sounds like timing and scoring is talking that over to be sure they make the right call here on the 10 car.
Race director having that conversation, and now you see Peyton loop up around the high side. You're absolutely not getting your spot back. We know that.
Yeah, no blend rule on a 360 like that. I'm going to assume that's going to be charged with the second yellow, but
Well, we're going to watch him, and the night for Drake is over as he takes a right-hand turn to the turn 1 track exit. So Starks and Schlotfeld, Price, Heath was the big mover on that one as he got to 4th and was looking for 3rd. Then Thornhill, Solwald, Smith, Hamilton is 8th, gets 9, and Holden 10. Orange cone, middle of the back straightaway, 13 to go. So as Starks hits the hammer the next time by, we're at halfway.
Starks, I felt like caught Jesse sleeping a little bit on that restart. Jesse left kind of a gap. They're really particular about that. They'll like not yell at you, but they're pretty stern with no gapping, no spacing between cars, because you can use that space to kind of get a launch on somebody. So they're really particular. They'll charge you a position or 2 if they catch you gapping.
They don't want you right literally up on the bumper of the car in front of you, because that causes problems if somebody doesn't launch, doesn't take off. But you're right, you're going to watch them. And that space right there is just about right between 1st and 2nd. No more, a little bit less gets a little sketchy. As they get off and going again, green flag.
Thornhill's going to look to the inside again on Heath, but now Heath's going to look to the outside of Price down the front straightaway. They're side by side. He's going to go to the top down in turn number 1, and Price is going to roll the bottom. Now Thornhill's peeking his nose in, but Heath's going to go around the outside of Price.
Colton Heath looking to make the pass. Robbie Price front end bounces big down low. He'll hold that spot off the bottom corner number 4. Heath back after him through the middle of 1 and 2. Price moves up just a hair on the racetrack. Colton another run off the high side, but he can't make the pass as Starks continuing to build this lead with 11 laps to go.
He's trying to roll that middle groove, and it was Thornhill trying to run the bottom and get a little run on it, but now I think Colton's trying to settle into the bottom. He knows it's a little bit faster down there.
Low groove continues to be good. Colton gets a little too far out. Now there goes Thornhill powering his way by for 4th. 7 to 4 for Colton Thornhill here in this main event, but he's got time to run down Robbie Price. As Trey Starks, race leader, eyeballing the back of lap traffic, Dan Reynolds, the first guy on the agenda. Meanwhile, Heath getting up even higher on the racetrack trying something.
And Solwald's even lower, trying to use that berm as some grip, but he bobbles in turn number 2. Now he's going to try to go back and attack Thornhill.
The race leader is into heavier lap traffic. He will drive up and around Silver the 51. Now has a clear path to get by Alaska Mike to make the pass. Schlockfeld up and by Reynolds in his pursuit, sitting in 2nd. But Starks is getting even further gone here because traffic is sequencing itself out really nicely. Heath off the pace in turn number 2.
Oh, Colton Heath rolling. Is he going to pull into the infield? No, he's going to bring out the caution, I'm sure, in the 33.
He can turn left here.
There he does. We
We'll
stay green.
So 5 to go. Starks.
2 lap cars between Starks and Schlotfeld there for your lead spot on lap 21.
Price is not making up any ground on Schlottfeld in 2nd, although they're all by the lap cars for now and coming into more. Price trying to run down in the battle of the 21 cars. Got a long way back to 4th place Thornhill. And it is Kim Smith who's taking over 5th. Smith in the 5th spot right now. His time running out on everybody not named Trey Starks.
Trey just set sail on the field, able to methodically really get through lap traffic as he sees the white flag this time by the 55 of Starks. last wave through 1 and 2.
1 to go for Trey Starks. He'll throw it into 3 and off of 4. It's a dominating night for Trey. Starks gets the win in the 360. Schlotfeld 2, Price 3, Thornhill 4, and Smith 5.
So Trey Starks stomps the field in the 360 feature. That's an A-main win and a season championship for the TNC Concepts 55. It's Trey Starks. Second was Schlotfeld, third was Price, fourth was Thornhill, and Cam Smith rounded out the top 5 in the 17 car.
Well, we've got 2 to go. Skagit Aggregates IMCA Modifieds will be on the clock, followed by the Car Mart 410 Sprint cars. We'll do a very fast trophy ceremony after the final main event of the night, while the fireworks guys put the last touches on getting fireworks set up. Waiting on the emergence of the Skagit Aggregates Modifieds. Thank you all for being here with us tonight at Skagit Speedway. As you can see, front pick on the Colton Heath car as it comes off racetrack in the 33.
You almost wonder that bottom groove over in 3 and 4 is actually pretty rough. It's pretty choppy. I noticed Thornhill really pushing hard through there, so you have to wonder if maybe something was bent or worse on the Heath car. I don't know. It's so hard to say.
Well, if it's truly that challenging, we'll see it coming up in this modified main event. Front tires are capable of handling a lot of the mods, but they got that narrow little right rear, which when you've got things that are challenging like that, it really exacerbates the handling of those cars. So we'll see how it plays. They've got a 25-lap main for the 13 cars that we have here tonight for their A feature. Skagit Aggregate Modified A-Main rolls now, as you can see him being beckoned out of the pit area. Pole sitters, Jeff Westergaard in the 66, Rick Smith, the outside row number 1 in the 6W. Row 2, Ben Gunderson in 68 in the 71 of Adam Holtrup. Row 3, Kevin Smith in the 7K, and outside of him, James Bundy in the 57. Row 4, Brandon Nutter in the 51, and Alan Grimley in the 75. Fifth row, Greg Hibma, the 68D on the inside, with Austin Smith, the 28 outside of him. Ben Malstad in the 10B, the Button Shown racing car, and Corey Gordon next to him in the 21. Steve Peters will start 13th in the Battle Wagon, and Bryce Carter And car number 44 goes outside row number 7. First time we've seen Carter in the 44 car. 14 cars, 25 laps for the A feature.
Lights will go out on the Car-Mart USA Skagit Speedway pace truck. Jeff Westergaard and Rick Smith will lead the 14-car field to the green flag out of corner number 4. 25 laps for the Skagit Aggregates Modifieds on tap.
Can Westergaard finish it out with the feature dub? Let's find out. Race is underway.
Gunderson's going to peek to the inside of Smith out of corner 2. Gunderson side by side with Smith, and he'll have the advantage into corner 3. Gunderson's going to be second here behind Westergaard on lap number 1.
First lap of the race in the books. Gunderson doing what he does. He gets out, he runs, he hides. Westergaard doing that. Gunderson is second. Third, good battle. Kevin Smith in the 7. Brother Rick in the 6th, and the 57 of Bundy. All kind of tightly packed in there, looking for room to race and get around.
Yeah, Bundy looking to the inside of Rick Smith down the back straightaway, and he may just get by him here. And he does. Smith struggling with what looks like a tight race car in that 6W.
He's gone nothing but backwards so far as he's lost 3 positions, 2nd, 5th. However, with Rick, that car tends to get stronger as the race goes on, so we'll see if it shakes its way into place here. Smith trying to run back down Bundy in the top 5 as everybody is chasing your prospective champion. And Westergaard's put a straightaway on his good buddy Ben Gunderson here early.
Yeah, Westergaard's channeling Trey Starks in this one. He's just trying to walk away with it until he gets lap traffic here in the next few laps, but he's got a straightaway on these guys so far.
And race for 3rd, 4th, and 5th is one of the best on the raceway right now. Just take a look at it. Bundy is closed up on Kevin Smith, and Rick Smith has figured out the 6W. So it didn't take too many laps for Rick to find rhythm and trying to work his way back forward. He's got Adam Holtrup trying to get involved in that race as well. Almost side by side off the corner for 3rd, Bundy. In the battle of the red cars, looking down low, couldn't make the pass.
21 of Corey Gordon's going to head into the infield in the safe feature.
To the low side, Bundy once again, even with Smith, who goes way up racetrack.
Oh, Kevin's going to chop his brother Rick down the front straightaway. Rick gets all sorts of sideways. He's not going to like that, as now the battle is going to be the 7 and the 6W with Rick and Kevin Smith.
It's more of a line that you expect to see at the Survivor 55 feature, as they'll creep way up racetrack for that long main event. Westergaard is starting to get through traffic. He's put 3 cars a lap down at this point in time.
That end of 1 and 2 on the bottom is also very choppy. Rick just bounced, lifted the left rear off the track over there, battling with Adam Holtrup in the 71.
In second is Ben Gunderson in the 68. Now James Bundy is clear of Smith. There's no lap cars there, and Bundy starting to roll in on Gunderson. The approach coming in lap number 12 this time, and the race for second closing. Gunderson's got a free line underneath the Malmstad 10B and the V8 of Peters, and it's that same line that James Bundy has used to run him down.
Still 2 lap cars between 1st and 2nd, though, as God, Jeff Westergaard just put this thing almost lights out thus far.
Down on the low side. Gunderson gets by Malmstad. Oh, Bundy almost backed into that corner a little too hard, but he gathered it back together. 14 down, 11 to go. Westergaard is just killing him out there. This field all trying to figure out how to catch him.
Oh, we got one around. It's Bundy in corner 2.
Oh, we saw him back it into that corner in turn 1 the last time by, and this time, imagine tried the same idea, might have over-rotated it.
So your third place car will now tag the back of the field. Westergaard now has no cushion between him and Gunderson, running second in the 68 car. Now we should see your leader out front. Everybody behind will do a double file restart, do that Delaware style restart.
Everything looks intact on the Bundy car.
We'll get all the cars in their proper running order here and go back for the last 11 laps.
14 straight there, looked really good. Now let's see if they can put 11 more together in fast order.
You got to think too that maybe some of these guys are trying stuff new, possibly for the Survive the 55 next week. I know you've got all the points and everything for the season happening here tonight, but $10,000 is a lot of money to win next week.
So one of the things I think you're experiencing too in this class is this division, these cars run a little bit better with a little more hooked up racetrack with some more moisture in it. It slicks off, and again, an already hard to handle race car, a very throttle touchy race car gets even more tough. So tonight you've given them I'm going to say, difficulty level of relatively moderate to low.
Really, I think the hardest thing for these guys is navigating the choppiness of the low groove. I saw Rick Smith over in turn 1, literally the entire left side of the car lifted off the ground and shot some mud out.
And
so
that might be the reason that you see them up half a groove off the very, very bottom and almost like low middle in some instances.
Well, a lot of weeks we see the track be so dry through the middle, kind of where they're rolling through the corner right now. The bottom is the only place where the moisture is at. Tonight, that's not a problem. They can find moisture almost anywhere on this thing.
Jeff Westergaard leads. Ben Gunderson is second. On the restart, Kevin Smith will be in third. Rick Smith is four. Adam Holtrup with the very cool Scott Bloomquist tribute down the side of the car will restart 5. Alan Grimley is 6. Bundy as a lead lap car restarts 7th because those are all lapped cars in behind him in Nutter, Austin Smith, Greg Hibma, Steve Peters, Ben Malmstad, and Carter's 44. So it hurts Bundy by 4 spots. See how aggressive he is in trying to come back up through this field. Gunderson, it's a snail's pace coming through. Brings her back down through the low side. That's going to give Kevin Smith a chance, but you saw the chain reaction that happened behind it. Contact with Ben Gunderson, careening into Rick Smith, Brandon Nutter, and Ben Malmstad, all involved. Actually, that's not Gunderson, that's Grimley, 76, my bad. So Alan Grimley, 76, Rick Smith, 6W, Brandon Nutter's 51, and Ben Malmstad's 10B, your 4 involved. The racetrack like it is, and the safety workers, we're just going to stop them on the back straightaway for a second so we can get our crew out to the cars safely, as a lot of that front straightaway is stacked up and blocked. So
well, you saw Malmstad get a late hit on the car that was spun around in front of him there. Can't tell who that is.
And
51.
they cleared that relatively quick. So now that there is a lane up and around the high groove, imagine they're not going to stop them for more than a second here.
Yeah, no, this should be just a quick
Right.
stop over here in the corner.
And a full set of self-starting cars, no push trucks needed to get them back up and going. So
Yeah,
front pick for Malmstad's 10B. And once we've got that in place, we should just be able to roll back into racing action relatively fast.
Yeah, Rick Smith came into tonight 4 points ahead of Bundy in the 57 car. And Bundy was only 5 points ahead of Adam Holtrip in the 71. So it's a pretty tight points battle, really, between these guys, and this does have an effect on that.
Well, we know this. As long as Smith's car is okay, he'll restart about 7th. Meanwhile, Greg Hibma and the Battle Wagon Steve Peters are assuming exchanging pleasantries over the corner. Boy, they're awfully tight up over there. There's Bundy.
Yeah, everybody's kind of
Gunderson chatting it out. Although it doesn't look like James is doing anything other than maybe taking a nap.
He's asking him if the cooler's full for after the races. They'll be fine.
I bet you Ben's waving to his kids. Wife and kids out.
Oh, true.
Yep. Westergaard just tapping the hands. Adam Holtrip getting the front end of his modified, acquainted with the rear end of Kevin Smith's.
One more feature left after this race, the 410 Sprint Cars. Final feature of the season coming up.
$5,500 to win tonight for the 410s as money kicked in across the board on all purses tonight here at Skagit Speedway for season championship night. Yeah, Malmstad's 10B is up in the air and heading off racetrack here.
Maybe some fluid on the track.
Lots of something on the racetrack. Pace truck fires up, and now everybody will follow. I was worried about running my tires through the fluid. Is like, am I going to get them cleaned up? Am I going to get them dried off quick enough?
I love being behind somebody. So they're like, what they're doing there is telling the guys to just buzz up their tires on that moisture on the track, and the guy in front of you does it, and it just blasts you with mud. You're like, oh,
thanks.
Cool. Rip a tear off.
So you could make an enemy of the guy behind you if you want to.
Could.
By
kind of a sabotage,
right as well.
like blasting a red shell or whatever in Mario Kart.
Oh yeah, the
or
super
a
shells
banana
on Mario
peel, whatever
Kart.
you want. Yeah.
Or the blue flying shell that comes.
The one with the spikes.
Yeah, that one's.
Oh,
evil.
that one's no bueno.
So a couple of times through, scoring is checking the lineup because they got a little cattywampus. And now they'll double up. So you see Smith, part of that wreck, the only lead lap car who got a piece of it. And hey, there he is restarting 7th.
Lights are out. 14 down, 11 to go. As Jeff Westergaard will lead our field down to the green. Kevin Smith, Ben Gunderson looking for a clean restart here out of corner number 4, and Westergaard leads him down.
Restart a lot cleaner that time. Now can they keep that up through 1 and 2? Holmgren taking advantage. To the inside of Smith. Is there enough lane down there to pick it up? Bundy
almost 3 wide.
Force through the action. Ooh, bumper tag.
Oh, man.
Not just bumper tag, that was bumper push.
Rick
Holy
Smith
cow.
is not happy with James Bundy at all. You can tell by the way he drove him down the front straightaway. We got a cluster of 3 of them now. 4. Oh, no. Another stoppage.
Yeah, 4, 5, and 6 were all driving what looked to be a little bit angry there. Holtrip, Bundy, Smith's bodywork has seen vastly better days.
I think Rick's goal was to just make sure Bundy was involved? Because the way he drove him down the front straightaway was
he was
very, very... Look at the front of his car, just all completely caved in right there. Oh, man.
A lot of sheet metal repair and front bumper askew.
Yeah, they've got some work to do
There's
before next weekend.
Got to be some suspension bent there as he's going to go off in turn 1.
He got behind Bundy down the front straightaway. You knew something was going to happen.
We all
there.
saw it. James had driven in the corner before, and he got right into that corner panel of Holtrup, who was right on Kevin Smith, and Rick Smith right there in and behind him. And, well, a couple of sets of turns later, and here's what we got. Oh, yep, there goes Bundy. There's that right front. You can see the tire debeating.
Sounds like the 6 of Rick Smith is in the work area. But again, there's no guaranteed time, so...
Yep, we're beyond the point where that's going to happen. So of the 3 cars in that, Holtrup is the only one to drive away, and Randy Frank, our videographer, might have the right idea here. As I can imagine we might have some... we might have some crew and some folks that are slightly hot.
Yeah, you saw the 57 of Bundy peel off, and then I heard it was the 6W back there in the work area. Rick and James are not thrilled with each other.
So trying to get an eyeball of the crews and such back there. Normally you want them to pull a little bit further than forward from what that sign is. So we're kind of taking a peek. We're watching. We're not hearing of anything yet, but we'll pass it along if we do.
Still yellow. We're just verifying that the lineup is correct here on this field. So I think we're close to good.
Well, if there's anything that's going to happen, it's going to be on track because, boys and girls, Rick Smith and James Bundy are back out there.
So generally the rule, everything's starting to get catty here now, because generally the rule is you have 2 yellows charged to you, you're black flagged, you're off, you have 2 charged yellows. Sounds like there's some people in the pits asking, hey, how many yellows are charged to that 57 car? I can assume whose pit crew's asking.
Yeah, and here's rule 2. It's usually the car out of the pits first gets the preferential spot in line.
Right.
Now Smith will get that. And now Bundy, I would assume, should follow him because he's a lead lap car again.
Yeah.
And we should be watching them restart 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we should be watching them restart 6 and 7 right in a row next to each other.
Well, if the race for the lead was just too boring, you're going to have something to watch.
So the officials are working to untangle the crazy web of what's going on with our modifieds. First 14 laps were
really good,
easy and
quick.
Good, and now tempers have flared slightly.
Driver's getting the call to double up behind the leader, so should be going green here next time by. So it looks like Bundy pulled off the track. So, lose James Bundy to the pits.
9 to go. Jeff Westergaard looking for a drama-free 3 miles remaining of racing here. Ish. And Westergaard bring it home. It's been physical in behind him over this last period of time. And we will roll back to green.
Cleanly down the front straightaway. No contest for the top two spots as Kevin Smith floating through the middle. Now Alan Grimley going to look to the inside down into turn number 3. Looking to make some headway there, but he's got a couple more cars on his rear bumper. As now Grimley's going to go for the third spot down the front straightaway.
It was weird. Smith came off that corner, and it's almost like the tires spun because he had no forward bite. He'll get back to the inside of Grimley and look for third. Down onto the inside, and Smith figured out, you can see the back end of that race car is not happy. Got enough to make the drive on Allen and scrap way up the track. Get around the top of 1 and 2. Benefit of the shorter route around the raceway for Smith, but again, back of that race car looks like it's fighting something. And now the brothers about to go to battle for fourth because Smith is working his way back to fifth. That's Rick Smith. He is closing in on Kevin for the position. 5 to go for Westergaard. We're going to keep our eyes on 4th, 5th, and 6th. 75 of Grimley, the 7K of Kevin Smith, and the 6W of Rick Smith.
It's a good race for that third spot. Grimley so far kind of safely has a spot. Kevin can get there but can't quite get up next to him to try and make the passes. Grimley's going to cut the corner all the way down on the apron to protect the spot as now Kevin's going to look to the inside down in turn number 1.
Race made Kevin think about trying to accelerate his way all the way by there. We're down to 3 to go.
Grimley's pushing really bad in the middle. I can see why he cut down the track like that, but you got to be careful getting too much on that berm. You'll get in trouble.
Meanwhile, Adam Holtrup back on the back of Rick Smith, who's trying to close in on Kevin. So it is your 6th place car of Holtrup dialing in. He'll go top shelf to try to find some room.
Oh,
Rick
Kevin
looking down low, and he'll make the pass on brother Kevin down the front chute as Jeff Westergaard pedaling to the white flag. One more lap around for your champ.
Cleanly through corners 1 and 2. Westergaard will lead him down the back straightaway. Car number 66, Jeff Westergaard, your main event winner and season champion in the Skagit Aggregates Modifieds.
Great finish tonight for Ben Gunderson, a solid second. And give third to Alan Grimley. Oh, done
Nice
big
run
out.
for Allen, yep.
4 to Rick Smith, 5 to Adam Holtrup. While we were watching other things, I believe we lost the car to the work area, and that was your 3rd place runner of Colt Lee. So he's in the 33. Drivers have got their heat in their motors. They have got their setups tuned in. The visors are down. The belts are strapped tight for the final 410 main event of 2024. Trey Starks has got the pole, the 55 car next to him. On the outside, it is the 21 of Robbie Price.
Starting inside row number 2, the 18 of Jason Sowald. Outside of him, the 19 of Colby Thornhill.
Row number 3, it is Colton Heath in the 95 on the inside. Next to him, the 21 of Jesse Schlockfeld.
Starting 7th is the 96 of Greg Hamilton, and next to him, the 26 of Eric Fisher.
5th row to the inside, the 1M of Mike Brown is third A main of the night. To the outside, the 24 of Tyler Anderson.
The final row, starting 11th, the 9 car is Greg Otis, and outside of him, the 14B of Bailey Jean.
We had one car join us at the very end, 66 of Brett McGuy. Thought he was a scratch for the night, but he is out there and rolling, so McGuy makes the call as we're ready to go. 30 laps, $5,500 to win for the 410s in the final night of the year for them. Justin, Trey Starks looking for the Owners' Championship. Jason Sowald looking to become just the 3rd driver in Skagit Speedway history to win a driver's title in 360s, Sportsman sprints, and 410s. History coming down the pipe as Starks and Price lead him into turn number 3. And out of corner number 4. Green flag, we go racing.
Clean start down to 1, and Price is going to have the lead off of corner number 2 as Robbie Price is going to lead Trey Starks, Colby Thornhill, and Jason Sowald down the back straightaway.
Taking off the bottom as Starks trying to come back after him. Giving the Price on lap number 1. Starks 2, Thornhill 3, up and around the cushion as these drivers biking race cars and really having to wrestle them around.
Jesse Schlockfeld and Trey Starks really the only 2 drivers up above the middle of the track as Robbie Price now going up to the top, and he's trying to set sail and sail away from Trey Starks in the 55.
Starks still trying to use the bottom, and he's carrying a ton of speed down there. However, hard to handle as Price getting away.
Trey Starks has a problem. The 55 of Starks is in the fence.
Starks slowing to a stop underneath the Savvy Bank sign. Right next to the Jet City equipment sign. Caution out for the driver looking for the Owners' Championship. Starks stops. Find out what the problem might be. And you saw Trey was running in that low groove coming off 3 and 4 and really having to wrestle it. Yep, it is a steering problem on Starks. Got up to the top side of 1 and 2, rolls to a stop, and Trey Starks, such a great year, and to have a potential DNF here on the final night is heartbreaking.
Yeah, you hope that it's something that they can get back to the work area and fix. If it's just maybe a pitman arm or one of the linkage parts that gets the steering box that comes out the side of the car connected to your front end.
There's some parts that we can see from this camera angle. The drivers or the safety crew are right there by the first parts of the steering. What we can't see is the steering box.
Oh, look at him move the wheel.
Yeah, he is sawing left and right, and the pitman arm off that car, which is the first piece off of the steering box in the cockpit, was not moving at all. So you're hoping you didn't your best case scenario is that you strip the pitman arm. But if it's something within the box itself, swapping the box like we saw Corey Day trying to do at the Kubota High Limit race is a tall, tall task, and he is not going to have the time to do that.
No, not with the field already being, lined up where they need to be. They're not going to have nearly enough time to change out a steering box in the work area. So
it'll be 2 full laps once they get to the work area, 2 full circles, and again, what they've got to be hoping, it's somewhere in the upper portion. They've got to be hoping that it's the pitman arm that's stripped. If that is, it's a pinch bolt and a rod end that you're popping off of that thing, putting a new one on, sliding it over the splines, tightening everything down and going. I just don't know that that's what it is.
By the way Trey's acting in the car, I don't think I'd expect him to come back out, but I may be mistaken. We're going to find out.
So they're taking the express pass back into the work area.
I'm trying to keep an eye here on the officials' radio because we may hear something come through that is helpful that we can relay to you in the grandstands.
And that certainly throws a wrench in this main event up front. Starks has reached the work area.
You see it. We can see it on our monitor here in front of us, but there are a ton of people going over to that 55 car that they're done. Sounds like probably the steering box.
That has been called from the officials to us, and just like that, he'll stop, he will exit, and the Starks 410 season is done. Robbie Price, your leader. Colby Thornhill, 2. Jason Solwald, very flat wing angle like we talked about earlier for him. Sits 3rd. Jesse Schlottfeld, 4. And Colton Heath, 5 here in the early going. 3 of 30 complete. Then Greg Hamilton, Eric Fisher, Tyler Anderson, Greg Otis, Bailey Jean, Mike Brown, and Brett McGuy. Back straightaway restart coming for Price, who has had a good season by his metrics. A NARC 410 win on the fastest 5 days on the way up the Dirt Cup. A 360 victory as well here at Skagit Speedway.
Big gap between first and second. I don't know how the officials will like that, but Thornhill's going to lift the front tires off the ground and look to the inside out of corner number 4.
Oh boy, big wheel stand for Thornhill. Down the front straightaway as he tries to get control of that race car again. Schlottfeld's going to drive up and around Solwald. Schlottfeld with the big bomb through the corner.
Wow.
He had it for a second. Thornhill back underneath as they drag race into 1.
Thornhill's going to try to slide him back up the track a little bit. Jesse up into the fluff, and now Thornhill back to second, but Schlottfeld has a heck of a hot rod underneath him right now. He's battling for that second spot.
He was thinking about another run at Thornhill down on the low side. Comes up, gets stuck in the middle this time. Can't complete the move. He's rolling in closer though. This time from the bottom, front end, stays on the ground. Thornhill from the top crosses in front of his nose as they go into 1.
This is just allowing Jason Sowald to try and reel them in, and he's not far back from those two battling for that second spot as Schlottfeld's just trying to get his momentum back up to get around the 19 of Colby Thornhill.
Thornhill is rotating that car down off the cushion a little bit early in turn number 4. Let's watch him. He sails it in, and now he's taken to the middle, and that looks like a faster line for Colby as he's trying to get further away from Jesse. He knows he can't get into a slide job contest if he wants any shot of running down Price out in front of this field. 9 laps in and 21 to go.
Price is going to get to lap traffic here over in quarter number 2. About 10 laps until he gets to traffic, so here he is now in the 1M of Mike Brown. He's got a choice to make. These guys are fighting for position right in front of him.
And he stabs the brakes for a second, thinks about it, cuts across and puts Brown a lap down. Now gets back to the top. He's got a clean path up and around McGuy. Thornhill unable to make a big close on him, although the gap did get a little bit shorter in Price's first foray into lap traffic.
Price not really challenged at all thus far in this A main, but now Thornhill's going to look to the inside of the 1M of Mike Brown. Down the front straightaway, feeds him a wheel.
Got past. Brown continues on. We stay green. As Price looking to lap Bailey Jean. And Thornhill, you wonder if he is hoping for a caution for somebody at this point in time. In clean air or with an open lane around him, he is not making a ton of ground above Robbie yet. They're getting closer to halfway. It's 14 in the book, 16 remaining. This time around, Thornhill trying to just finish up Robbie Price, but Price so good so far.
Out in clean air, it's really hard for anybody to get to you, especially here at Skagit.
We've got one off the pace, Justin. It's Brett McGuy.
He's going to try to
pull
pull in.
He'll
He
get
does.
into the pit area. Will stay green. Big break for Price. Thornhill going to have to keep hunting after him.
Thornhill's got some smoke coming out of the 19 car. I just saw it through 3 and 4. We'll have to keep an eye on that as this race progresses.
You wonder if as hard as he's running that thing, if he might have knocked the line off or broken something. Although he hasn't lost power as of yet. Now you got to call the wrong power in Schlottfeld. So Jesse Schlottfeld, little flame from the engine compartment. He'll go up in turn number 4. That's the break Thornhill needed, and that is terrible news for Jesse Schlottfeld, who was having a good run in 3rd.
I don't know that something not going on with the 19 car, though. I know the track, kind of as rough as it is, and the car will kind of, float across those bumps like that. It'll sometimes get some oil coming out of there. But this late in the race, I wouldn't think it would be just an overflow issue. We're going to have to keep an eye on that 19 car and the smoke that started to come out of that car about lap 15.
Right now, it's an isolated puff of smoke. Nothing else is shown after that on Thornhill. And you don't see him frantically checking the oil pressure gauge, or he's kind of calm, cool, and collected in the cockpit.
Well, it's not like he was losing speed. I think it's one thing if you're, you feel the motor or even kind of hear it. You can feel it in the pedal. Like if there's something rough or something like that, you can feel it in your right foot. And I just don't think he's feeling that. So see what happens here on this restart. He wants to just rip it around the 21P at Price.
Well, Thornhill is not immune to throwing a major move to take position. We saw that on the last restart as that bull bid down to the bottom picked him up the spot that he needed. And now Robbie Price, if he's looking at the scoreboard, but most of these drivers are taking a peek to the left as they're rolling down the front straightaway just to know who's in and around you. He knows it's Colby, and
we're coming back green.
Yeah, he knows Colby is absolutely willing, able, and probably enthusiastic about a gigantic move here on this restart to try to get away from him. We're about to see some sparks fly. Thornhill's going to go way downtown. Just a little short coming out of the corner as we're back to green.
Couldn't get side by side. He's going to lift the nose down the front straightaway again. That's going to open the door for Sobald to try to make a move. Thornhill, that front end of that car is light. He's flying the nose all over the place.
It's like a carbon copy of the last restart, except for he didn't pick up a position this time. He got it settled back down. Jason Solwald, just like the seasoned pro he is, when the bottom comes in, Jason is so good, and he is down there putting all kinds of pressure on Thornhill. That's the battle for second. Thornhill up and around the top of Solwald, dragging the left front down to the apron, looking for the spot.
And I know Jason wants to get by Colby so bad because there were some races earlier in this year that he felt like he got snookered by Colby. So he's probably driving even harder than he normally would to get by that 19 car.
10 laps to go, and in clean air, the race has been Robbie Price's. Price, your race leader, continuing to enjoy about a straightaway advantage on Colby Thornhill. As Price enters 3, Thornhill just exiting 2, and lap traffic still a ways away, and it is not particularly thick.
Yeah, we've got a lot of open track to get the last 8 laps of this race done, and Robbie Price hasn't seen much as far as competition here in this race. So best battle on the track here is for second for sure. Sobald still trying to make something happen, sliding in deep in turn number 1.
Fourth and fifth has been interesting too with 7 to go. Now make it 6 to go. And there's Eric Fisher who found the low side quite to his liking. Colton Heath, 9 Tracy, 95 has been mid to top nearly all race long. Colton picks it up a little bit, that time off of turn number 2, and adds some room between himself and Fisher, but I don't know if Fisher surprised him by showing himself down low. He is right there though, and Colton Heath is in the battle for fourth.
As now we got Thornhill slamming the door on Solwald through into turn number 3. As we've got less than 5 to go here, Solwald showed his nose, and Thornhill knows he's there.
Price gone all by himself, although it's still only about a straightaway. Just got
Solwald looking to the inside of Thornhill again.
The race is for second, the race is for fourth. Side by side, great high-low action as Fisher gets Colton at the line for the 4 spot. Solwald back to the bottom on Colby, who's gone down to the middle now and found some smooth running down there. He's not closing on Price, but it's helping him try to keep Solwald at bay as we come to the white flag, the final one of the year for the 410s.
Heath is now back around the 26 of Fisher. That's going to be a good race down to the line here next time by as we see the checkered flag. But Robbie Price set sail and did not look back. The 21P will win the final 410 race of 2024.
Colby Thornhill, the second, third to Jason Solwald. Heath gets back by Fisher for fourth, and Eric will take a top 5 home with him on his return here to 410 racing. As 30 laps and $5,500 later, this one belongs to Robbie Price.
Bobby Price, your A main winner for the 410 sprint cars. Colby Thornhill second, Jason Solwald third. Colton Heath hangs on to the fourth spot, and Eric Fisher coming home, your fifth place finisher. Caleb Hart getting ready to head down for some quick interviews with tonight's winners. And then it's time for fireworks. So top three drivers in the A feature go to the scale to make it official that they are the podium finishers. As Caleb Hart makes his way down to victory lane on the front straightaway. He'll interview tonight's winners on season championship night.
We will get our winning drivers here to victory lane. All right, our first driver has made his way to the front straightaway and will come up. We will grab him and adorn him with all the hardware as he wins the Skagit Aggregates IMCA Modified A Main and the championship, Jeff Westergaard. Westy, you got a new hat, you got another neckband, you got a season championship trophy for the win tonight, and you have a track championship as well. The season has been fantastic, and there's only one more thing to do after this, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cool to close off the season. I feel like this ends our season right now, and next weekend is a whole nother season for us. We really want to put our sights up for that, but we don't want to forget about how hard we've worked this year to get all the stuff we've gotten, the championship and the win tonight. The last 4 wins, it's been a really, really, really fun year with me and my team and my family and my sponsors. It's been incredible.
Why don't you take a second to thank your family and your sponsors?
My mom, my stepdad, they've come to, I think, every race or close to it. They've really focused on trying to come help me and be where they can. My wife, she lets me race a ton. My kids, they all help me. My dad, my whole family, my crew. I have crew that helps me week in and week out. I mean, we run 30, 40 races a year, and it's a lot on their families, their wives. They all do incredible. Then I got Washington Spray Foam. Brian's over here. He's helped me out a ton. SBW, it's where I work. They let me store my stuff at their shop. I got Skagit Transmission. He's here. He's been on the crew for 3 years now. Speed Mart, Barry always helps me out. Mel Decker Racing, he came in. He actually came in after I flipped my car the first race at Elma this year, and I said I was done, and he changed my mind for me, didn't give me an option, and he kept me going, and look at here. So
Congratulations on the victory, sir. Congratulations on the championship. We'll see you next week to Survive the 55.
I look forward to it.
Jeff Westergaard, your winner here at Skagit Speedway for the Skagit Aggregates IMCA Modifieds. the next guy who made his way to victory lane. Welcome up to the stage, tonight's Car-Mart USA 410 feature winner, Robbie Price. Robbie, there you go. That's the night you were looking for here in the 410 class.
Yeah, I waited all year. Apparently I needed that extra 500 motivation. But yeah, man, what a good night.
Tell me a little bit, what made this race car so good tonight, because you were locked in?
I don't know. We just kind of changed some stuff. I felt like I really struggled midsummer and just kind of stripped the car, went through everything, made some minor adjustments here and there, and now I'm kicking myself for not doing it 2 months ago.
Well, hindsight 2020. Congrats on the great year. Congrats on the win tonight, the $5,500 win. Do you want to say thank you to anybody?
Yeah, obviously everybody that helps, you know, Josh, Baldy, Drifty, Dave's here tonight, you know, everybody that comes up to shop night. Bruce comes to shop night, Mark and Debbie Houston, Robin Lee Layton, Cal Creek Mining, Malahat Auto Wrecking, Shark Racing Engines, Grinders Automotive, Saratoga Motorsports Park. There's a laundry list of people that do little things here and there for me and this team, and, you know, every little thing adds up.
Your Car-Mart USA 410 winner, Robbie Price. Welcome up your main event winner and season champion in the Sportsman Sprints, Kai Dixon. Kai, what a year it has been for you. You cap it off in victory lane with a feature win and holding off the guy that has been giving you a whole bunch of trouble out in front of Levi Hillier. Tell me what this means to you.
Honestly, this means so much to me. I'm really excited. This whole race, I was so nervous about it. I thought he was right behind me, Hilliard, and honestly, I'm so happy I kept him off, and I'm just so happy that my crew helped me out this whole year, Jordan and my dad. So, yeah.
It's a small operation, you, your dad, and Jordan. Take a second and tell me how much work those guys put in and anybody else that stood behind you to get this victory.
They put in their whole week long to just help me at my house and everything, build our car and get it ready. We were doing motor swaps throughout the whole season to run the 360 and the Sportsman. I'm just so happy I could do it both to this season.
Well, congratulations. You pulled it off. The win tonight and the championship. Very well done.
Thank you.
Kai Dixon, your winner in the Sportsman Sprint Cars. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner tonight in the Hornets and a new track record for Mike Guffey. Oh yeah, to the victor goes the spoil. There's only like 5 of these hats in the world. You know that, right? Mike, what a way to end your year. I know didn't quite get going the way you wanted it to or as early as you wanted it to, but to finish it out with a win and a new track record, incredible.
Thank you so much. It was a long, hard road. There was lots of nights of welding and grinding, and we have some wonderful neighbors that were appreciative of the way we shut it down at midnight. But really, as you see over here on the right, all these green shirts, we have a great support. A lot of people cheering us on. They've never, second-guessed every dollar I've spent trying to get these cars keep going. But I'm very honored and humbled to be here.
Well, get those guys up to the stage and take an awesome picture. Congratulations on the win and the new track record. Mike Guffey, the Hornet winner at Skagit Speedway. Well, Trace Starks has not made his way to victory lane yet. He was our 360 feature winner. So Trey might be sticking in the pit area, and that is okay. We'll let Mike get his moment. And then we have one more piece of business to do here in victory lane. All right, guys, if you could clear off. All right, so Skagit Speedway, we have one more piece of business to get to. Our wonderful photographers down here trackside, always doing fantastic work, and one of them here trackside, I've got something special for her. Bailey Marie, if you will come forward. Justin.
You're going to realize it one day. That happiness was never about your job or your degree or being in a relationship. Happiness was never about following in the footsteps of all of those who came before you. It was never about being like the others. One day you're going to see it. That happiness was always about the discovery, the hope, the listening to your heart, and following it wherever it chose to go.
If you're on a porch swing, baby, I'm on it. If you want a night out, baby, I'm all in. If you want a coin flip road trip, anywhere you want to go, baby, just call it. If you're on a dance floor moving, I'm out there. Want to find some laid back and let down your brown hair. You call the shots if I'm ready or not, I don't care. Baby, I love doing life with you. You're everything I want to wake up to. Give you all of my heart, the moon and the stars, till my time here on earth is through. 'Cause I just love, baby, I love doing life with you. I ain't gonna be there just for the sunshine. I'll hold your hand while we stand in the rain. I'll be your forever and not just your sometimes. I'll be your calm in a hurricane. Baby, I love doing life with you. You're everything I wanna wake up to. Give you all of my heart, the moon and the stars, till my time here on earth is through. 'Cause I just love, baby, I love doing life with you. Yeah. Thought I was good on my own, taking life on alone, but that was before my heart had a home. 'Cause baby, I love doing life with you. You're everything I wanna wake up to. Give you all of my heart, the moon and the stars, till my time here on earth is through. 'Cause I just love, baby, I love doing life with you. Doing life with you.
Bailey Marie, they are now engaged tonight here at Skagit Speedway. What was in victory lane, and now we just got one more piece of business to get to.